It is what it is.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, at this point, we are live. And hello, everybody. Thank you all very much for being here. Happy Easter, by the way. Unfortunately, we are down a few players tonight. Evelyn, Belle, Akira we haven't at least told that Evelyn 100% will not be here. Akira and Belle, no idea. We haven't heard from Belle, and we haven't heard from Akira. So it is Easter, though, so it is what it is. But we will still let everything continue. So, last time, the party was met with the cult of Tharizdun, as they had claimed to be, with the woman as the leader, known as the Lady in Crimson, alongside her seemingly right hand, the Baroness of Blood, though it was found out very quickly that the Baroness was their old friend Alia from way back in the beginning, seemingly completely brainwashed, unable to tell who the party was. After a pretty grueling fight, the party came out on top, Evelyn arriving somewhat late, but allowing it herself to be a bit of a pincer attack from her being on one side, the rest of the party being on the other. And of course, with her very long range magic, she was able to really assist the party. Though the Lady in Crimson and the Baroness both showed to be quite capable in combat, they just were not strong enough to deal with the party, much to the Lady in Crimson's surprise. Though she seemed to be a little bit more concerned about the Baroness more than herself, screaming out for her as she was getting her ass handed to her very quickly. Just before she was completely knocked out, Bicus, in spectral form, arrived to stop the fight before it got any worse. When he arrived, he did admit that he was responsible for the hit on the party, though he only intended for them to get roughed up rather than to actually be killed. So he wanted to apologize to the party on behalf of himself and, as it was revealed to be, his sister. Strangely enough, considering the somewhat obvious age gap between them. Still, Belle wasn't having any of that bullshit. He stabbed the Lady in Crimson right in front of Bicus, who immediately told the party that they were going to regret what they have just done. And then he left. So, now, with him upset and the party having to deal with this now new situation, they have decided to take Alia as well as the Lady in Crimson on board their ship. The idea was that they could possibly use a way, being the cauldron of rebirth that Nahiri has, to revive the Lady in Crimson in order to have some time to interrogate her and perhaps use her in order to get back something from Bicus. At the same time, they wanted to see if they could possibly figure out what had happened to Alia. With a bit of an investigation through medicine and through the help of Sorrow's insight, they found that much like what happened with Thornick, she was completely and utterly closed off mentally. It's like she had completely hid herself and her personality in a box and was practically a walking zombie, though not literally undead. Unable to figure out how to get through to her, it was actually Janara who stepped up and said that she could probably use her abilities as a powerful empath to connect with her and possibly bring her back out, though it was going to take some time. Meanwhile, the party got a chance to interact with their new, we'll call them friends at the moment, though the jury's still out on whether or not they're willing to assist the party and the rest of the crew. But there was some conversation to be had with a few of them, especially with Zand, who was keeping his eye very, very close on Ryudo, as Ryudo was the one he was searching for, though not specifically him, more so the body, as it was Raven who he was actually hunting down. Though, thanks to several of the party, they managed to make sure that he understood that that was technically the body of Raven, but not the mind or the soul of him. Well, at least the mind. So as of this moment, there was no attack from Zand towards Ryudo. The last thing was Bellathama had a moment to have a bit of a heart-to-heart with Rin, finding out that she was enjoying herself stargazing. Using the telescope nearby, the two of them took some time to get to know each other and look up at the stars. So, now we begin with the next day. The party is on their way to Croy as they have a meeting with the king, who has been waiting for their arrival for quite some time, and also hoping to learn a little bit more about Raven while they're there, using the records that they had found. So we begin with the next morning already here. I will kind of give a bit of an update on where everybody is so that everybody will know where to go if they need to find anyone. So Grimm's is currently with Rin and Elizana up where the helm is. Zed is there too. Ryudo is inside the captain's quarters, seemingly rummaging around a few outfits. He hasn't really seemed to decide on something. Kaylee, you of course will be starting in that room. However, you will find that Nami is not there. She is actually, in fact, downstairs in the red room by herself. Outside, Zand is seemingly on watch outside of the captain's quarters, perhaps still watching over to see what Ryudo is doing, though he seems to be having a little bit of trouble concentrating considering Theo has approached him. A little bit further out, you'll find that Onyx and Sarah are speaking with each other on the deck. There's a bit of training going on with Rena and with Rixie, being overseen by Liquid, Sarai, and Lorelei. Then downstairs, Mitrik is essentially by herself at the table, seemingly mulling over a few things. Agatha is actually with Elise inside of her room. And you'll find Sahir also in her room, writing up a couple of things as a scribe. The next floor down, where all of the... Oh, actually, I missed a floor. Okay. So, I have Bellathama, I have Akira and Evelyn all in their rooms. Careless, I have you in yours as well with Lazuli. Inside the kitchen, of course, you're going to find Nira in there, but several of your new friends are there as well. Blaze, Kane, Inara, and Desmond. And finally, we get down to the laboratory rooms, where, of course, you're going to find Thornick, Arazel, and Xiaomi all working in the smithy. Chase, I have you and Sue in your room with Vix in there as well. Philomena is currently inside her pod while Vix is going over a few things. And then, Anna, I'm going to find that your room is a little bit busy right now. you are in there at the moment, but you're also going to have Nahiri, Janara, Alia, and Finian. Finian is in there, actually playing a very soft, soothing melody in order to help Janara concentrate. It's nothing distracting, just very, very light. And so that is, I believe, everybody. So let me add some water here because I need to do that. Okay. Excellent. So because we are short on people, I will be keeping an eye on the time, but don't be afraid if you need to go over slightly. But just for courtesy's sake, I'll still keep it as close to 10 minutes as possible. When you are ready to initiate anything of importance of the story, make sure that you say that you're ready to do so. Otherwise, we'll just keep on role-playing until the night's over. Now, if I could have you guys please roll for an initiative, and we will go from there. Is there anything of importance that I missed from that whole recap? Because I didn't write it down. I didn't have enough time.
That Kaylee told Rito he looks too much like Raven.
Oh, right. Yeah, I did mention that he's looking at a different wardrobe. I didn't mention why. Yeah, Ryudo's wanting to change up his look because Kaylee thinks that he's putting on too much of a Raven look. All right. So I'll just go down the list. Careless, what'd you get?
9.
All right. Anaran?
17.
17. Okay. Kaylee?
23.
Ooh, okay. 23. And Chase?
19.
19. All right, so it'd be Kaylee, Chase, Anaran, and Careless. So what I'm going to do right now, just because he's technically important, but at the same time he's not here, I'm going to actually have Bellathama upstairs, and he will be sitting at this table as cardboard. So at least he's up there. As far as Akira and Evelyn, I'm going to have them be asleep in their rooms.
Okay.
So, of course, I have you all starting in your rooms, but if you would like to start anywhere else, by all means, place yourselves anywhere that you need to be. But we will be starting with Kaylee. Let me go on ahead and grab some new music here. All right. So, Kaylee, we will begin with you. Why is the music not playing? Oh, there it is. So, dawn of a new day.
So, Kaylee's gonna approach him.
He's currently opening up a bunch of drawers like, no, not this one. That one's not cool enough. No, another black one. Black is apparently bad, so I can't wear that one. Gotta have a bit more color. She says that she likes red. And
She's gonna get really close to his ear and it's like, so what you doing?
Hello, good morning. How are you this fine day?
I'm good.
Sorry, I was a little bit distracted looking through my wardrobe. Turns out I don't have that much. I should probably get some more. But we are stopping off at Croy, so, you know, the big capital of this entire archipelago. I'm sure there's plenty of different kind of cool outfits I could steal by.
Yeah, no, 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 no stealing.
I purchased with gold and silver and copper. And,
Honey, stealing is my job. You'll get caught. She tweaks his nose.
I will have you know that I am also quite capable of taking things without permission. The thing is that I sometimes get caught taking things.
You always get caught.
Not always, just most of the time. It's the time that I'm not, that's what counts.
No, the times that you've gone to cake things is the time that you got caught. Any other time was when you sent somebody else to do it.
Well, perhaps I'm training.
Oh, you want training?
Sure.
You want me to teach you how to be more stealthy?
I mean, it might possibly help a little bit. I mean, I won't exactly be wearing all black anymore, so I can't hide in the shadows.
Exactly. I'm not saying you can't wear this outfit. Just
No. No, I get it.
Open yourself up to other possibilities.
No, it's okay. I get it. And the tall, dark, and scary outside is proving to be a good point as to maybe why I should, change it up a little bit.
Oh, you mean Zand?
Yeah, he's been watching me ever since he has boarded the ship.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
It's fine.
Just as long as he doesn't bother you.
Well, he's not exactly bothering me so much as he's being creepy.
I mean, weren't you creepy at once?
I don't know how to take that from you.
I mean, you did have that, what was it? Wait, what do you call it? Stalker tendencies. Where you'd hide in the shadows and kind of watch people.
Perhaps, and look, it was a great disguise. I wore, as you see, all black, and I had 2 twigs in my hand. Nobody could see me.
I think you definitely need stealth lessons.
All right.
I mean, you're good at disguising yourself.
Exactly.
Remember that one time you dressed up as a woman?
Oh, that was fun. Very flowy.
Maybe you should do that again sometime. Because I don't know how welcoming Croy will be to you.
You know what? You make a good point. I am technically an escaped convict. But at the same time, I was there last time, and although I was hiding. Still, shouldn't the king be okay now? Like, he did technically put me under arrest when he was, cuckoo crazy.
I mean, we'll talk to him, but don't get your hopes up.
Gotcha. And I just realized that on my screen, the game is stretched out ridiculously far. Let me fix that. Okay. Just the entire screen was all messed up. There we go. Now it's fixed. All right. So, well, hopefully everything will be fine. We are going to be arriving to Croy within the next day at the pace that we're going. I think right now, yeah, if you take a look out there, we're actually passing Wolfpine. Well, where Wolfpine would be. It doesn't have a port, but that's kind of where it is.
Yeah. Anyways. Don't focus too much on it right now. I think everything with the king should be fine. I mean, his letter and sending was okay, but there's gonna be a lot of interrogation.
Oh, that's always fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, don't let me hold you up. I'm still kind of looking around, and I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I'm gonna need to probably buy something.
Yeah, just put on a wig. I'm sure nobody will recognize you.
Oh yeah, I'll put on a wig, a nice long one, something that flows down. Maybe I can get it in braids.
Yeah.
Look, my disguise of a mustache and big swirly glasses, that works all the time.
To fucking God, no.
Well, it works all the time. That's what I do. That's what I used last time.
No.
You're no fun.
It works for you, though.
You're no fun.
Oh, come on.
You're no fun.
Fine, you can wear the mustache and swirly glasses.
Good.
I know that you would do that anyways.
Reno von
without my
Piraten will
permission.
be going across the streets, twirling his stash.
Goodbye, Rito.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm gonna have Kaylee head down to the red room.
Okay. I'll just open this up for you.
Yeah, I'm just adjusting angles.
Yeah, tight corridors. All right, so you enter into the red room and you do see Nami by herself. She is looking over the map, and it's, of course, just a big map of the archipelago. She's kind of just trailing her finger around, looking around a little bit. Almost as if she's looking for something.
What you looking for?
Hey!
Oh, sorry.
Somebody needs to put a bell on you.
I've been told that a couple of times.
Well, sorry, I was in the middle of... I don't really know. I'm just looking at this map trying to think where on Earth could possibly be any kind of pathway to the Feywild.
Well, we were told that it might be in Gavaria.
You think so?
Yeah, I think I might have to ask Anaran about that. He might have a good idea of it, but he hasn't really spoken up about it yet, so...
Oh, so he's got a controlled one.
Not sure, but he might know where a gate might be.
Oh, that'd be extremely helpful because, you know, it's a little bit, it can be spotty. Sometimes they can show up and then they'll be gone forever, and they can show up anywhere at any time. And sometimes they're only there for a split second every day. Sometimes they're there constantly. It's really, 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 really hard. But if you can find one that's controlled, that's super easy.
Yeah, there's only one problem.
What's that?
It's probably gonna be nearby his village, and that's the last place he wants to go to.
Why doesn't he want to go home?
Does
he not like it?
Complicated. It's complicated. You'll have to ask him yourself. I don't think I'm the right person to really tell you.
Well, I might do that if there's a chance that there's a gateway there, but I am under the understanding that he is a little bit busy with other things, so I'm probably going to leave him alone until a little bit later.
Yeah, this whole reviving thing, I hope it works out.
Well, here's the thing. It's going to be not his choice. Remember, when it comes to those kinds of things, I don't know if an enemy of yours is going to want to be revived by him, surrounded by even more enemies, but we'll see.
Yeah. Anyways. Anything else you were doing?
No, this has really just been... I'm just trying to find a way I can help. And I figured that if I could find a nice, safe place for us to get to the Feywild so we can try and find this piece of treasure, then I feel like I could be doing something.
Well, you're the Queen of Stars, right?
Look, Kaylee, I don't remember that. I don't know any of that. To me, that's the first time I've heard that title, but at the same time, it has to be true.
Well,
I just don't know anything about it.
just because you've forgotten it doesn't mean that it's not true. Maybe it's just something that you have to discover yourself.
Well, if I go back, maybe I'll remember, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of afraid of remembering. Am I going to change who I am? Am I going to feel any differently about you, Ryudo, everyone else, myself? I've grown to like what I am here.
I mean, do you really think you'll be any different?
That's what I'm afraid of. I don't know. It's almost, honestly, very similar to how Ryudo feels. His mind is his own, but his body is shared. So, what if the memories of Raven go back into him? Will Ryudo be gone? Will he still be there somehow? He's afraid of that, and I'm afraid of that too.
Well, I can at least confirm one thing. Neither of you will be alone.
And you know what? That's a good enough reason. That's good enough reason to hope.
Jeez. Goes up and wraps her arms around her and hugs her close.
And she will hug you right on back. The same way that you're always hugged by her. So, a Constitution saving throw of asphyxiation. Or, yes.
Sure, why not?
Do it.
Let's see. 19.
19, okay. You somehow are able to breathe.
I wouldn't worry too much, Nami.
She will let you go, and she just smiles, although you can tell with your bond with her that there's still a bit of worry that's going on, though she's trying her best to stay strong through it.
She gently cups her face. You know what you told me?
I told you a lot of things.
Back when Ryudo was poisoned and asleep.
Again, you told me a lot of things, but I think I know what you're talking about.
What you told me.
That will pretty much always...
That we're both not alone, and that we're dealing with this together.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Right? So that means that Raven isn't going to take over Ryudo, and whatever's going to happen to Feywild, we'll deal with it together.
All right. Well, I'm not going to get anywhere just staring at this. So, I don't know. I think I'll have Nira make me something to drink. I've been down here for a little while.
Come on, let's go get some ice cream.
Okay, when I was saying drink, I wasn't thinking milkshakes, and that now sounds even better. Let's go.
Look, anything can be solved with ice cream.
Fuck yeah.
All right, I'll end it there.
Nami just kicks open the door. 2 ice creams, please. Oh, hello, everybody. And that is where we're going to definitely have to take off because it's been over 10 minutes, more like 15. So,
Yeah. No worries.
all right. I did say that it's okay to go over, though. Chase, we come to you.
Okay. Chase is busy working on the blueprint for the new helmet. Okay, alright. This should work, but I don't have time for this. Alright, fine. Got something else to deal with. But first, how's she doing?
Well, right now, I'd say that she's doing pretty well. She has been up and around for a while, so she just needs to recharge. And the new battery for her is actually coming along pretty well. I have been basing it off of Sue and coming up with the whole idea of food actually being converted into actual fuel for her. So maybe she'd be able to feel a little bit more normal eating.
Yeah, I've been thinking on that, and it kind of makes sense. There are spells that are called Create and Food and Water that create food. So it's understandable that certain beings could then also take food, convert it into arcane energy, and expend it back into the world. So that... It's starting to make sense, I guess, after talking to the Raven Queen. It's just... coming to the grips on what one might have stumbled upon, I guess.
That must have been really strange speaking to the literal Raven Queen. I gotta say, I'm glad you went, not me, because I'd be a little bit terrified.
She's not really, she gives a sense of calm. Oddly familiar for my taste. I'm not sure on that, but anyways, look, it's fine. I specifically needed to ask her because if anybody knows about Vecna and his little tricks, it'd be her.
Yeah, that's true. Those two have been at it for millennia.
Yeah. Alright, well, I'll leave you to this. We have a potential prisoner that's about to wake up. And I need to be ready for that.
I gotcha. I'll be right here.
I left the blueprints on the table for a potential new helmet for Janara. Some better materials based off the bone one she has might help her.
Oh, okay. I'll take a look at that once this stabilizes a little bit, and then I won't have to stand here for so long.
It's another project for you to work on, because since I'm gonna be busy for a while.
Gotcha. Still, if you need me for anything, call me, okay?
Always. Come on, Sue.
Okay. So you open the door to Nahiri's room, and you can see that Janara is hard at work, with Finian just playing a nice little melody. Nahiri is at her desk, and there is Anaran as well.
Ace will calm his thoughts as he walks into the room. Walks over to Anaran. Well, what's the verdict?
Is it done cooking?
No, there's still some salt left inside, although it's about 10% left. You find that perhaps in a very short time that should be consumed, though at this point, you know that while it has been consumed, you still don't know whether or not she's going to actually be alive or not.
Not done. Though she is already gagged, blindfolded, and handcuffed, just in case.
Alright. When it finishes, check her body. She might have a sending stone to bite.
Oh, trust me, she'll. I should have done that already. Oh well.
Yeah, that's why there's two of us. We check each other's work sometimes. Alright, well, this place won't be good for interrogation, but I'll go see if Thornick doesn't mind us borrowing his room.
Mm-hmm.
So you open the door, head on out.
And... okay. Let's see if he's in.
Okay. Open the door, you can hear several noises of clanging hammers to your left, although Thornick is directly in front of you. Ah, hey Chase. We're ready for you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Well... potential revived victim will be up in about an hour, and I figured a nice, intimidating but open space to talk to her would probably be best, and I wouldn't want her to be on deck or anyplace. So I think the forge might be best if you don't mind.
Well, I certainly don't mind for the intimidation factor, but I certainly hope that you know what you're doing with this whole interrogation thing. I would hate for it to go awry. So,
This isn't gonna be like what happened in Zadoria. We're going to be more professional. We're gonna be calmer about this. This is just to get as much information out of her as possible. We're not gonna kill her again. She's too much of a bargaining tool. If we can get that horn, then that'll be one less concern. Because the Kraken is the one thing I think that could give this ship a run for its money.
understood. All right. Then if that's the case, by all means, feel free to use this room. I will be here. I'm sure that Xiaomi and Arazel will probably be here as well, but we'll stand out of your way, but we will be here if you need.
That's fine. The more people here, the less likely she will try and, well, we're gonna make sure she's properly restrained, but, every little bit helps. I do appreciate it.
Of course. I really just hope it goes over well.
Well, it's just, at this point, it's probably gonna just be me and Anaran doing it, so, shouldn't be too many fireworks this time around.
You never can tell, though. But that's when you just keep your fingers crossed and you hope for the best.
Okay. Still got an hour. What the fuck do I do? Okay. Well, let's see. Go see how. Let's go. Do I go up top?
Yeah, there's not much you can really think about doing. It's okay if you want to just skip on over and see if anything more happens to do later, or you can just say that you're just going to prepare for the next part of the story.
Yeah. I think I'm more oriented right now. I'll skip for now.
All right. So that being said, I now have a figure for Sarah. So yay, she's got something unique now. And it is now Anaran's turn.
He's just staring into the cauldron.
I just imagine that he's just got both little hands just clutching the side, and just half his face, his nose is just sitting on the edge, just peering over like a little kid.
But yeah, he actually, well, she's mostly uncovered by the salt now, yes?
Mostly, yes. Like, I would say that she's not even covered by salt. Now it's more like she's sitting on a little layer of salt.
He's gonna go through her things and just take.
All right. You find that there is a book, and there is, in fact, a sending stone.
Yoink that. Open the book.
All right. It is a book on Tharizdun, quite literally a cultist book on the entirety of Tharizdun, what he stands for, the different kinds of artifacts, what they are used for, and what the cult is striving to do.
Is any of what it says on that true? Like, it's not propaganda of like, oh, we'll rebuild the world and some bullshit that Tharizdun likes to do.
Well, as you're reading through it, go on ahead and roll history.
Guidance. Oh, come on. That was a natural 20 for a little bit. 11.
11. With an 11, unfortunately, you don't know much about what the actual cults of Tharizdun are trying to do. You just are looking at this book and what it says, and you're taking it as, yep, this has gotta be it. And it is absolutely propaganda. Talking
Wouldn't
about...
this be a religion check then?
What did I have you roll? Oh, I had you roll history. Okay, instead apply your religion bonus.
Okay. 15.
15, okay.
Not much better.
Okay, no, 15 would have passed it. So, yeah, okay, yeah, you can definitely tell that this actually is completely different than what other cults really should be worshiping. Cults, as far as Tharizdun are concerned, wish for the complete end of all things in order for everything to be completely reset. This one is more on how Tharizdun and his power can be used in order to help change the world instead of destroy the world. It is very much propaganda based.
He just closes it. This book has, like, basically just propaganda and nothing of actual useful information.
No, it does have some useful information, although most of that useful information you pretty much already know. It's mostly describing the artifacts of Tharizdun and what they do. It's just they're mostly talking about how they can be used in order to change the world rather than destroy things.
Okay, so anything of actual usefulness will be torn out from the book.
Okay.
The rest of it, and Iran gonna burn another book.
Oh God.
Not in this room though.
Enter in the book burner.
I've already burned 2. This will be the second. But then I'll do a commune.
Okay.
Question 1, milady. It's about Rin. Her deity that actually gave her paladinhood. Is that god trying to stay hidden?
No.
No. Question 2. Is that god a god or goddess?
No.
Oh, fuck, right. Let me reword that one.
Okay.
Is the god that gave Rin her powers a god?
No.
For indication of male.
No.
No. Female goddess. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Question 3. Does that goddess have any ill intent for us?
There is no goddess.
Ha! How the fuck does Ren have paladin powers then? Interesting. Okay then. Huh. That's gonna be something. So. Fuck, no one else is awake.
I don't know about you, but everybody's awake. It's noon. Only people that have been up all night are probably still asleep.
That's the problem. Alright, he's gonna attempt. Fuck, what would I need to roll to figure out or get an idea of what the fuck is happening with Rin if there is no god for her? Like, am I aware of this happening before? Because typically paladins get their powers from a god, so
Right.
a paladin that doesn't get their powers from a god is a little weird.
Exactly. So there's all different kinds of things you technically could roll. So I'm going to say that you could roll Arcane or Arcana. You could roll Investigation. In fact, yeah, I'm going to say Arcana or Investigation. Although you won't be able to really do much just where you're at right now.
Would I not do religion? Or nature?
Nature? Actually, I think nature could work. But religion, you could do that too. Now I'm thinking about it. Depending on what you do, however, it's going to change what type of answer that you might get.
That's true. That is very true. Well, let's just go for the ones I actually have stuff in. So let's just go with nature with guidance.
Okay.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Yep. You find that
Nope.
you're trying to think really hard based off of what you've seen of Rin, but it's been so long since you've seen her fight that you just can't remember. You might have to try something else.
Am I allowed another roll? For a different skill?
I will give you one more try with a different skill. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait and see of a new opportunity to see what you can do.
Religion, guidance. Okay, that's better. 15.
All right. 15, not quite enough for a full answer, but you do seem to recall that while she is a paladin, as she says, she's not really doing things like a paladin would. As far as the abilities, how she casts them.
Wait. Oh. Oh, I think that's all I need. Here. There is no god, huh? No deity to give her power. Which means she gets her power from somewhere else. Oh dear. Oh dear. I think Rin might be a warlock. One really fucking confused warlock.
As you're coming to these revelations, true, false revelations nonetheless. Unfortunately, Nahiri is too deep into putting some concoctions together. Everyone else is too deep in their work to really know what's going on, so there is unfortunately no response to any of your current findings.
That's fine. Alright, let's do a bit of a wisdom check here, because this will determine if he decides to brute force this. For now, no, but we'll see.
Okay.
He's just gonna... Here, sweetie.
Oh,
Question. If I wish to
bye.
determine a person who does more warlocky spell, yes, I know I have worked with you and Akira. But if I could identify somebody who's more of a like warlocky kind of person, what would I need to do?
Well, I would say that if they're trying to keep it from you, then it is going to be a little difficult because the way that they cast their spells is going to be very similar to how wizards and sorcerers would. I mean, if you think about it, bards cast their spells completely differently. They do it through song. Paladins do it completely differently. They do it through their faith, and they're essentially reaching out to their deity of sorts. So, what do you remember seeing?
Fuck, this would be a fucking history check now, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
One moment, my brain only remembers bad things. Guidance. No.
What'd you roll?
Oh, natural 2.
Oh, yeah, you do not remember at all how on earth Rin casts her magic.
Alright, so I'll be having more experiments later, but first... Stare.
So, if you're gonna go back to the pot, you just watch as individually little grain of salt here and there just gets sucked up right into the skin. And with that, we are going to go over to Carolus.
Hello.
I need to get to Carolus. There he is. Okay, so Carolus, you're up.
He's just kind of waking up from the bed. What a night. Jumps off, comes on over. Tell Spire stop lagging, please, thank you. What you doing there, honey?
Well, if you must know, I'm polishing your swords.
You
But
don't. Oh, haha, very funny.
Well, I mean, even she's just kind of grinning and staring at you when she says that.
He ruffles her hair up a bit. Very funny. You're cute.
No, but seriously, some of these were looking a little bit dusty, and I was waiting for you to wake up, so I just figured I'd take it upon myself and do something a little bit different.
I appreciate that. Truth be told, I haven't had much time to do any cleaning of anything of my armor and weapons. Been in too many fights, too much drama going on. You know how it gets.
Well, how are your weapons?
They're doing fine. Though, remind me, I'm gonna have to talk to Chase about getting my other sword back because apparently Soraya swiped it for me. That's not the point, though.
Case?
You know... Yeah, because he was looking at Chase when we were talking to the Triads.
Just let him run it. Let it run, Bun.
Anyway.
Okay.
Anyway, so... Lost my train of thought. Hang on, let me think. Ah, got it. So, just doing some polishing? That's good.
Well, it is
She's
still
like-
fairly early, and nothing really big is happening right now, at least not until a little bit later, considering the prisoner. So I'm just kind of waiting for
Honestly,
that
I'm
to
sorry.
happen.
Honestly, I'm starting to think that I might have to be down there just to make sure that nothing inhumane happens. I wasn't there at the last one. They won't tell me what happened, but... You know, I don't want any of one of us to become the monsters that we're hunting, you know?
No, that's actually a very good idea. So, Unless you're planning on doing the interrogation yourself, though, just make sure that you're there and just be on standby and do what you do best.
Yeah, try to diffuse the situation. Maybe I'll even throw in, like, a zone of truth, just so she can't lie. Maybe who come in handy, who knows?
I am a little bit worried, though.
Why is that?
This is the sister of your archenemy, is it not?
Fair point. She could have something up her sleeve. I'll have to talk to Chase, make sure him, and Anaran have everything, all the precautions taken care of, you know.
Well, they're smart. I'm pretty sure that they're going to be okay without having to go over anything. They're just going to probably do what they do. The important thing is that you're there to make sure they don't go too far, okay? Remember, she's pointing. She's pointing, literally pointing to your wrist. Remember, okay?
Yeah, no, I've actually been remembering a lot more lately. Hell, when Evelyn caught up with the guy that basically almost ruined her life, I made sure that they didn't go too far with the interrogation. Got the answers that we needed without resorting to extreme violence. He'll cup her cheek, but for you, I'll make sure that they don't go too far as well. Only because you remind me about my oath.
Good. Okay. I think I can relax a little bit then.
You know, for somebody who's so carefree, you don't really show when you're stressed out that much. Just the natural personality of a Winjanasi?
No. Just something that I try to do. After all, if I look really concerned whenever I'm usually, as you say, so happy and carefree, then that's usually a sign that other people around are probably going to feel a little down themselves. So let's just say that I smile for everyone else's sake.
You know, as good of an intention that is, you shouldn't force a smile even if you don't feel like you should. You know that, right?
Well, I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, forcing a smile is probably the best thing that can be done. If it means that everyone else will be able to smile as well.
Honey, you're too good for this world, do you know that?
I know.
Oh, I forgot to mention. We have another Genasi on the ship. I take it you saw her?
Oh yeah, the fire one. She's interesting. Last I saw, she was craving something to drink, and then she just stomped off.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that you're not one of a fire Genasi. To be quite honest, like, met her, the first thing she literally shouted was, "Where the fuck is it?" in a very angry tone.
No,
Did not want to mess with it initially, but I don't know. Maybe she's not as bad as she's trying to make herself out to be.
No, that's the thing about fire genasi. They are literal hotheads. It's just kind of ingrained in their DNA, you know? Kind of like how you've seen with wind genasi and earth genasi. So
Yeah.
don't
Now we just need one more for the set.
Gotta catch them all now, huh?
I feel like that's copyrighted somewhere.
Possibly. But don't be too afraid. That's just literally how she's going to probably be. She's going to be loud. She's going to be probably arrogant. But she's going to be loyal to a fault if you're nice to her.
Huh, why does that sound so familiar? You know, despite the fact that we've been together, you've never really told me which parent of yours was the one that's the gene part. Mother or father?
Oh, that was my father.
Ah, okay. Well, that's good information to know. Still want to know more about your past in that village when we have more of a time, but I shouldn't take up too much of your time. I need to go find Chase, make sure everything's okay, you know?
Oh, of course, yeah. No problem. I'm going to just take a little bit more time here and get a little bit more done, and then I'm probably going to go topside.
All right. He'll give her a kiss on the forehead. Love you lots.
Love you too.
All right. Let me just teleport up to the top, because why not? Make it easier
Wait,
to just climb up the stairs.
No. I want you to leave through the door.
Oh, okay.
because technically you have to go through the door to get upstairs, and something's going to happen. So
I'm trying to find where my character went. Oh, there we go. Okay, gonna open the door.
all right, you open the door. Now just all I got to do is just make your way up normally.
Giant barrel. He'll come over to the barrel. I should have fucking guessed. The moment I hear that song. It's gonna knock on top of it.
Why?
Leonis is not here.
Never mind.
Leonis, I appreciate you wanting to get some information on me just so we can have another sparring match, but do yourself a favor. Don't wear a barrel and walk around like an idiot.
Leonis is not here. I am Beryl.
Right. Well, Beryl, you do a good job decorating the hallway, okay?
Thank you.
Gonna pass the barrel. Morning, or afternoon in this case.
Come on. Why'd you bring a barrel? Is there something in there? Food? Ice
Don't
cream?
ask.
Is that where the ice cream is?
Hey, I almost said lastly. Nami. Just let him have it. Just let him have it.
She just opens up and looks inside. No, I'm afraid there's no ice cream in here.
No ice cream.
Oh,
Wait,
well.
you have ice cream here?
Yeah. There's ice cream here.
Huh. You know, I never thought to ask about that.
Barrel cannot fit through doors.
Shut up, Beryl. Anyway. Kaylee, have you seen Chase?
Why?
I just wanted to catch up with him. Know when, the interrogation starts up.
Oh. Find him yourself.
Yeesh.
Hmm? Yeah, don't look at me. I don't know.
You know what? Probably something I can't really force her to talk about if she doesn't want to.
Beryl has made it through door.
Hey, Nami, you want to place this barrel in the water with me?
Oh, sure. What, we place the buoys now?
Yeah, why not? Just tie a rope around it so it can stay close to the ship, I guess, right?
Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, it's like fishing, but with a barrel.
Yeah, you could do that.
Hold on a second. I think
Alright.
there's rope over here. Please don't take my rope. What are you using it for? You're not
Tap
cooking
on-
with it.
He's gonna tap on the barrel once more. I would get out of there if I were you.
Barrels do not speak.
But does Leonis swim?
There is no Leonis, only Beryl.
Alright, Nami. Ready to take this topside and just toss it over with me?
Sounds great.
Alright. Pick up together on 3. 1, 2, pick it up.
I'll be back for the ice cream, Kaylee.
As they're going up, he's gonna look at Nami. Hey, you and her are connected emotionally, right?
Yeah?
Can you figure out exactly why she's so pissed off? What happened?
I'll see what I can find out. All right. And a 1, and a 2, and a...
And a 3.
And she just tosses it in.
He'll be fine.
It's sinking.
That idiot. Come on, pull it back up before he sinks completely.
All right. Tug.
Give me one moment. Tailspire is fucking up on me for
Yeah,
some
it's
reason.
it's doing it to me too. That's weird.
Because, like, on my screen... Okay, I'm floating in midair for some reason, and I
All right,
cannot touch anything.
I'll pick you up and drop you.
Thank you.
There you go.
My cursor's nowhere to be found either. Okay, it's buggy tonight. I'll just deal with it that way.
Congratulations, you have caught the Leonis fish.
Kale's just gonna flick his forehead. Do you mind telling me what the fuck that was for?
I'm keeping an eye on you. What?
Why are you keeping an eye on me?
It's my job.
Under whose orders?
Let's see. There's Kaylee, there's Chase, there's Rito, there's Liquid, there's me.
No. I'm talking about who told you to keep an eye on me. What person?
I literally just listed them off.
He's gonna facepalm. I don't need a babysitter 24/7. Whatever.
Wait, babysitter? I do not sit. Leonis does not sit on babies.
I forget. You take things quite literally every time, don't you?
I'm gonna go get some ice cream.
You mind if I get some later?
Oh yeah, just ask Nira. She'll make ice cream.
Why am I in the water? There we go.
I have caught the careless fish.
And you're still a dumbass. Though, you're a strong dumbass that's loyal to his friends and wants to protect people. I can respect that.
Good, now come with me.
What? Fine. Okay.
I've also been tasked with another duty. To train weaklings like you. Now drop and give me 20.
He's just gonna give him a look. I have shit to do. I don't have time to be doing push-ups with you.
Drop and give him 20.
You put him up to this, didn't you, Liquid?
Drop and give him 20.
You stay out of this.
Son.
Yeah,
Son.
Fine.
Son.
Fine, mother, fine.
What? I haven't even said anything.
I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say drop and give him 20.
No, I was going to say that they're teasing you, but because you're already assuming things, drop and give him 20.
Very funny.
Anyway, I'll still be overlooking everything. Rixie, your form is a little bit off. Try again.
Rixie trying to learn swordplay.
No, Rixie's actually quite good with the sword. It's her magic that's a little bit, well, wild. We're trying to see if she can handle it a little bit better.
Right. I remember. Wild magic. Well, if there's anybody who can teach her magic, it's definitely you, Mom.
We're just trying to make sure that she doesn't accidentally explode or something.
Is that really something that you'd be concerned about?
Absolutely. That'd be two problems. One, she'd be probably dead. And two, there'd be a big hole in the ship.
You know what? Fair enough. Keep an eye on her. Make sure she doesn't blow anything up then, right?
Well, I still don't see any push-ups, so get on that.
Yeah.
Obey, Leonis!
Fine. I will humor you and I will give you 20 push-ups.
I didn't say push-ups. I said drop and give me 20.
Do you not understand what drop and give me 20 means?
Leonis is broke and needs money.
You know what? No, just whatever. I'm gonna find Chase. I'm out. Nope. Fuck y'all and fuck the rules.
Well,
So then, my
to
turn
be-
trying to find Chase.
back to being a barrel.
I'm trying to find Chase, but just ending my turn that way.
Okay.
Because I did go over the time by like 1 minute. I'm sorry.
No, a little bit, but I've just been waiting to do that to you for a little while, so sorry, not sorry.
I tried not to scream, but when he said that, it's like, nope, this man has broken me.
All right. So,
Anyway, back to the top.
all right. So back to the top, and I will say that for the sake of plot, we'll do one more round, and then we will go back to story beats, unless somebody really needs to do something more. So, with that being said, let me go back and get the ship music. And Kaylee, we come to you. So, Tsunami has returned, sat down, and let's just say it's around this time that Nira comes by and actually does deliver some ice cream. And we get the music playing there. All right, one for you and one for you. And don't eat it too fast. It's very cold. You will get a brain freeze.
She was looking at Yusu. So, sorry. Nami.
Okay, look, it was only that one time, and yeah, it was the entire bowl, but it was sweet. Cold, but sweet. But cold.
Yes. That's exactly why she was looking straight at you.
But, hey, is everything okay? You seemed a little upset there.
Have you noticed Careless has been asking a lot about Chase?
I can see what you mean. Perhaps they're just really good friends?
He said he was the smartest of the group.
Ah.
Kinda... I'm a little ticked off. Mostly because he promised he'd be good about it, but I don't see it.
You feel as though maybe he's sticking to certain people, is that right?
Pretty much.
Ah. Well,
We've been telling him to diversify himself. Have fun. And I just don't see it. Especially since he was so ready to ignore Leonis. I was hoping that would start breaking him out as a little mold, but I don't even think that's working either.
well,
But I guess I'm a little done on telling him what he needs to do. So.
well, then if that's the case, I won't say anything. I will say, though, and she just picks up a spoon and digs right in. Yep, good ice cream. Head hurt, head, ow,
Oh my god. Nami, slow down. You're almost as bad as Ryudo with this.
I can't help it, it's so good and cold.
Would you drink something hot really fast?
I mean, I have.
Yeah, and what did it do?
Not something I should say in front of a lot of people.
It burnt your tongue, didn't it?
Something I shouldn't say in front of a lot of other people.
Anyways.
I'm not going to go any further than that.
It's fine, Nami. I guess there isn't really much I want to do, so.
Okay. Well, I will say that I posted what she kind of meant to you privately. So we're gonna probably, if that's all you really want to do and you just want to move on to the story, then I will move on to the next one. So I will say, though, that while you're there, you just overhear all of the new friends you've made just talking amongst themselves, pretty much getting to know each other. And each of them is just enjoying a little bit of a drink, while Blaze is just chugging just drink after drink after drink, just slamming her fist on the table, asking for more. He's just going for it.
Actually, I do have one thing. Kane?
Pardon me, everyone.
I just wanted to kind of thank you for earlier. Kind of saved my ass with that whole Cerberus thing. Pretty sure if you hadn't turned me invisible, I'd be dog food right now.
Oh, geez, well, of course, it's no problem. I mean, yes, I am a bit more of the, trickery than an actual, destruction magic, of course, but that's what makes it fun to perform for people. And it helps out in a pinch as well, so I'm so glad that that was able to help you. And I guess you could say it's my own little way of sticking it to Jameis. I could save you, and he could not.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, I guess if there was a situation and Jameis did want to save me, anyways, basically saying that Jameis and me aren't on the best of terms.
I could actually gather that, considering the fact that you're here and he's not. In fact, he's not anywhere on this ship. And, well, as soon as I was revived and mentioned him, everybody seemed to want to tear off my head.
Yeah, don't blame them for that. Jameis wasn't very nice to me behind closed doors.
Ah, so he finally revealed himself to what he really is to you. Well, I'm glad that he finally did that so he could get away.
Yeah, well, he's still out there, so...
Yes, I suppose that is a problem. Not just for business.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure we'll run into him one of these days, but, I really don't care about him anymore, to be honest.
That is a good mindset to have. The less you care about him, the less will get under your skin.
Yeah, well, the big narcissist that he is, basically telling him that he's nothing to me is probably the biggest slight on him.
Considering how much he hammed it up on stage with his music, no doubt that any sort of ignoring is going to get to him. So, keep it up.
Don't worry, I will. Though, I'm sure everyone else will give him the attention that he wants. Though
Yes, but is that the attention he wants?
True. Though, still, I wanted to apologize for how I acted to you at first.
No, it's quite fine. In fact, that's kind of what we're all talking about. We're trying to figure out what on earth we're to do now, considering a lot of us are completely out of time. Some of us are a little luckier than others, and considering everything that we've all seen after getting out of that whole petrification situation, well, I, for one, do believe that I might be able to be of some kind of assistance. Chase actually approached me and mentioned something similar, and I've been thinking about it quite a bit.
Well, I've kind of have a little bit of a habit of adopting people and inviting them on the ship, so I won't ask you to stay, but if you want to stay, I won't say no. I'm sure Rieta won't say no either.
Ah, yes, the one that our other mutual friend is stalking at the moment.
Yeah, I don't blame him, but for now, he's keeping to himself. He's not causing any trouble, so that's all I can ask for.
Oh, then let's hope that it continues on that way. Well, I would say that, I'll still be mulling it over, considering I'm not sure how much I'm able to do to help if you're up against a cult of Tharizdun. But at the same time, I don't know, it could help my career. Kane, not just a magician, but also hero of the realm.
Well, if you keep up with your magic, I'm pretty sure you'd be a really good help to us.
Now, see, when you say things like that, now I'm almost inclined.
I'm sure all of you would be a good help to us. Any hand would be a help to us, to be honest. Though I don't want you to put you all in danger's way.
Have you seen a lot of us? We're all adventurers, and we all have the ability to take care of ourselves. I don't think that that's going to be a problem.
Well, still, think about it. Don't rush headfirst into it. This isn't just any old adventurer. This is Tharizdun we're talking about.
Ah, Tharizdun, Schmarizdun. What's the end of all creation, right? Right.
I guess so. Well, if you're crazy like us, then...
Oh, absolutely. Why do you think I dress this way?
True.
Anyway, I'm sure your ice cream is getting melty. I was going to say cold, and then I realized what I was about to say. Especially since that one is so close to you, I'm pretty sure that the heat is probably making it melt even faster. I'll fucking choke slam you through the table.
I don't think she's actually fire, but okay. I mean, she's hot.
Thank you. What just happened? Fuck it, give me another.
Anyways, I'll end it there.
Flirting with even more people, Kaylee.
I just finally realized what you meant.
Good! Now you know why I can't stay in our world!
And she just lays her face on the table and screams.
It's allowed to cut off in Discord.
All right. From there, that wraps up her turn. So, Chase, we're going to come to you if there's anything more you would like to do.
Well, there's somebody who wants to do something with me, so we might as well get to it. It's right in my face.
Oh.
I mean, we can save it for later if you want. Like,
What do you need?
just wondering if everything's going all right. How's that body?
Should be about ready. We're gonna see about doing the whole process in Thornix room. I was hoping Akira or Bell would be, or Boros would be wanting to assist, but yeah. Anyways, what?
Yeah, actually, I was wondering about that. Do you mind if I tag along for the interrogation this time around?
You can watch, but you're gonna keep your mouth shut.
I'll keep my mouth shut, but just for the sake of it, don't go too far. Okay?
I'm not Akira. I'm not Ouroboros.
I'm not saying that you're a Kira or that you're a monster. It's just... don't push the limit. That's all I'm asking. What information we can get out, just do it right. That's all.
Okay. You're doubting my ability to read the room.
No, not doubting. Just double checking.
You just. Okay. All right. Fine. Look, she is a valuable bargaining chip. If this works. Okay?
Yeah, no, she is, if it does work.
Anaran and I are realists. We understand the situation. We know we cannot go too far this time. We weigh each situation separately. Okay?
Not a problem. And like I said, when I'm in there, I'll keep my mouth shut.
Okay. All right. I see one instance of you losing it. You're out, because this is the same woman that was having Aelia follow her around like a puppy.
Yeah, no, trust me, I'm aware. But I made a promise to myself not to go ballistic like that anymore.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
No, I just wanted to check up with you and all. You know, spend time with the people that I call my friends instead of just pushing them away, you know?
We've all been through a lot of shit right now, okay? Yeah. I'd like this all to be done with, but it's gonna be a long trek through everything.
No, don't I know it. But the small moments are what really matter the most, you know? Quite frankly, I've been ignoring the good amount of you in the group for too long. That's not right for me.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna head down outside Thornick's room. When you're ready, come on down.
Will do.
Okay, so you're gonna.
I'm just gonna set up here and end my turn.
All right, then Anoran. So time has passed by now, and the last little bit of salt starts to get sucked up. Not all of it, but we'll say that it's now down to the remaining few percent.
He just has a stick and he's just poking.
So are you basically just wait until it's done?
I know it's only been barely 24 hours, but how does she look?
So there's no real response from Janara right away. Finian starts to slow the music down until it goes quiet. Just enough for Janara to slowly come back. Oh, right. Well, she's doing fine. The best I could really say. There is... how should I put it to make it a little bit better? The box that she put herself in, the door that you made, well, let's just say the doorway is getting a little bigger.
Good.
Bigger the door, the more it comes out, you know, yada, yada, yada. So it's still going to take a little bit more time, but it's improvement at the very least. But there is so much trying to keep me back. It's almost as if she doesn't want anybody to bring her out.
Yeah, well, her only alternative is a painless death, so...
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that, but I'll understand if it has to.
Anyway, that's another thing I'm trying to look into, how to fix you and Sarah.
Don't worry about that so early on. I appreciate what you're wanting to do, but I'm sure there are other things that require more immediate attention.
I'm a doctor, I fix people. So...
Well,
Besides, I don't think you're very much used to or liking that. He just points to the massive, unending tail.
well, I mean, I'll be honest, I do kind of miss having legs. But this has its uses.
I mean, I bet, but... Oh, right, that's another thing I needed to do. Dama wanted to talk to me about something. Oh well.
Last I saw, he was up on top side, but I haven't heard anything lately, so I wonder if he's
He's
been hit by
probably
his
suffering.
affliction.
He's probably hit by Bell's cardboardification, yes.
Oh, great. Too bad it affects him as well as it affects the other, but...
Yeah, well. You'll just lean down. Ilya, it's Anaran. I know you can hear me.
She doesn't respond. She definitely seems to be awake, though she's still bound and blindfolded. And the most you see is her lips parting slightly, but that is it.
I need you to understand something. The only alternative state for you is a quick and painless death, which I know you probably don't want. I understand what happened to you is very traumatic, but I need you to pull through. And he'll lean down specifically to whisper, because if you don't, I'll have to add another name to my personal list of people I've had to let die. So, besides, we're gonna be interrogating / torturing the bitch that did this to you. So, you know, have solace in that.
What's your intimidation rating?
Passive?
Yeah,
11?
11. Roll intimidation, since you literally just said that if she doesn't get out of this, she's going to have to be killed. I want to see what number you get. There's a DC I'm putting on this, and if you beat that, then I might just have her literally be scared out of this.
Nope, that's attack rules. Hold up, I'm just double checking a few things. What did I prep today? What did I prep for myself today to try and get this to work? Oh wait, I didn't change my spells out. That's what I fucking didn't do.
While you're doing that, Thunderlion, thank you so much, dude. I just now noticed. Thunderlion with a donation of 20.
Hey, awesome.
What kind of Easter is this, he says. You are all supposed to be hunting eggs in the backyard and having fun, but here you all spending it on a ship in the middle of the ocean, trying to save the world.
So, I'm just gonna cast guidance on myself for this.
Okay.
Come on, dice. That was almost a natural 19!
Oof.
Oh, Naraku.
No.
These dice do not like you tonight.
If I was level 20, I would have +6. Oh well.
It's fine. I mean, it was a stupidly high DC, so yeah, it's okay. No problem. Still, we'll just say that she is awake. She heard it, but she just doesn't react, doesn't respond. She just continues to lay there.
Goes back to poking. That's it.
All right. Then we'll finish up. Careless, is there anything more you're going to want to do?
Honestly, I can't think of anything at the moment, so I'm just gonna get down there and say time passed so we can continue the story.
All right, then. Then if that is the case, then let me go on ahead over here. So, Anaran, as you continue to poke, you see that the last visual grains of salt disappear. So you feel like it's only a matter of time before she awakes. But there is still that lingering feeling, will she accept being revived by you?
Yeah, Anaran's just like, poke, 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 poke. He doesn't care where he's poking. Like a few pokes just poke her eye, another pokes her boob, another pokes her stomach, just like poke, poke, poke.
All right. You keep poking until a hand reaches up and grabs the stick that
Ow,
you are using.
Found.
Oh, right. Wait, okay, you're gonna have to describe is what is bound, what is covered, what is everything.
So, he is blind, she is blinded and gagged, and
Okay.
her arms are cuffed behind her back.
So, I guess we're just going to have her down here as she starts to stir in place and groan and grumble with her mouth gagged.
Oh, by the way, she also is at 1 HP and has -4 to everything.
That's fine.
Yeah, just letting you know.
Okay. But she does appear to have accepted your revival.
Oh, good! The stupid bitch is awake now.
So, this is the one.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Don't.
at least you
don't
did a good.
seriously. She's at basically nothing.
No, I was going to say at least you did a good job at making sure that she can't do anything. Although, at the very least, maybe she's smart enough to know in her current positions, considering she did actually accept the revival, that she is subjecting herself to you. So there's definitely a good reason why she's doing that. So I would definitely say be careful.
Wrath, if you could please pick up our future victim.
So, Wrath will temporarily manifest in order to just make it easy to carry, but you know that this is only temporary, as soon as you take her, he will then leave.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Once
only
she's on
just
her
that.
feet, yep. Once she's out of the cauldron and on her feet. Come on, you. You're
So
lucky. Because before we actually go anywhere, you're lucky. Had we actually let you get to Thera's Dune, you'd be annihilated. Even if you don't believe me, trust me, you will. He just drags her.
So she walks along as best she can with her now revived legs. So, of course, she skips and gets dragged a little bit. She's not exactly heavy, so while Wrath was able to get her out of the cauldron, you are more than enough to keep her on her feet. So, it's at this point that I'm going to say that Kaylee. Let me see. Kaylee, you're gonna have Nahiri reach out to you really quick using one of her sending stones and tell you that the prisoner is awake, and for you to do whatever it is that you want to do. Just know that they are going to be meeting up in Thornick's room.
I'll be back.
Do you need me to come with you? Is everything going to be okay?
Actually, could you go keep Ryudo company?
Yeah, I could do that. What kind of company, though? I'm teasing. Go.
Okay.
So, Tsunami will immediately go upstairs and go be with Ryudo for a moment. All right, looks like it's time. Set her anywhere that you'd like. There's a chair right over there.
Where's the chair?
Right here.
Oh.
All right. So
Then he'll just take some of the change or just rebind her so that she's bound to the chair.
Thornic will actually look over to Xiaomi and Arazel and tell them, just keep doing what you're doing. There's no need to worry about anything. Just keep up with your job. And
He'll just close the curtain. Alright. He'll just put a hand around the back of her head where the gag is and just undo that.
all right, the gag comes off, and you just see not quite a big smile on her face, not exactly a malicious grin either, more so just a very calm, subtle smile.
Welcome back.
I'm surprised that you did this for me, or did you even do it for me?
Well, we'll start with the first thing. Ouroboros was a little abrupt. I will say that. Granted, if the conversation with Bicus had gone a little bit more downhill, one of us might have also done it. I won't lie.
Well,
Good. It was abrupt, and we figured we'd be a little bit more accommodating, as it were. Continue on what you were going to say.
to be perfectly honest, I suppose this is exactly what I deserve, since I did go against my brother's wishes. He only wanted me to rough you up. He didn't want me to try and kill any one of you. And yet I knew that you're trying to get in his way, and I just knew that if I had just removed all of you from the equation, then he wouldn't have to worry so much.
Now, before we continue much forward, don't resist this, Zone of Truth.
All right, so you cast Zone of Truth.
And I specifically tell her not to resist.
Well, according to the spell, I'm just kind of curious here. Would you be able to tell if she could resist or
Yes.
not?
The moment if she does, yeah. So the spell does tell me if she succeeds on the saving throw.
Okay. Well, hate to say this, but she does succeed on the saving throw.
With a -4?
I was about to say, what, the -4?
I rolled a nat 20.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Yep. All right. Well, she's gonna have to do it again, and
Which she probably will fail, but she, by doing this, is showing that she's still being very resistant. Like she still doesn't wish to cooperate with you.
Now listen. We know there are probably things you cannot tell us in one way or another, and we're not going to push that hard. But please be accommodating, since we were so nice enough to bring you back.
well, specifically to save you from annihilation. So
Here's the thing. I wasn't at all afraid of annihilation. After all, my brother brought me back once. He'll do it again.
hard to bring you back when Tharizdun removes any trace of you.
You seem to think that any person who worships Tharizdun would be immediately lost to annihilation the second that they're killed. It does not work that way. Death, you should know, being a Raven Queen worshiper, death is equal to all.
Until it's brought to Theristude.
Still,
Unless you want the devils to have you, and then in that case, that's your choice.
well, or I suppose that would be very inconvenient. That would be very rough. So let's not talk about that. I'm sure that's not why you wanted to bring me back. So why don't we just get on with it?
All right. Question 1. Your little Baroness and the others. You said you've done that treatment too. What did you do to them?
She immediately gets a little hostile as she just kind of leans over. Where is she?
You don't get to ask those questions.
Just tell me if she's still safe.
She's
She's alive. And all of that work you're doing to her is being reversed. Slowly.
Fine. As long as she's still alive.
Actually, before we go too further, why do you care so much about her? At this point, have her make that save again.
Mm-hmm.
But that's still -4 penalty.
Yeah, okay, now she fails this time. Yeah, that's a 5.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So as she succumbs to the effect, well, I suppose there's literally no hiding it anymore. Well, might as well admit that I have fallen for her.
You're in love with her.
That is exactly what I said, yes.
You're in love with a puppet with an emotionless puppet.
Now, see, she wasn't always that way. When we drafted some people, we had to, of course, indoctrinate them into our whole group, our little family, and she put up quite the resistance. The sounds that she made, they were intoxicating. I couldn't help but fall for her afterwards.
Not love. Sadistic pleasure. Gotcha.
I don't think you would understand. Call it what you will, but that is what I call it.
Okay. You mentioned Bicus is your brother, and he's brought you back once before. Give us a little explanation on that.
I don't understand how. I just know that he did. I have actually been dead for several decades before I was brought back.
Well,
Resurrection. Interesting.
Resurrection magic. The problem with that is... Well, not so much the problem with the resurrection. The problem is, why did he have such a mad idea that you are now dead unless he knew you were going to be gone for good this time around?
I think it has to do with the fact that this isn't the first time he watched somebody kill me. I don't think it had to do... I don't think it had anything to do with the fact that I died. It was the fact that somebody killed me in front of his eyes.
That's fair enough.
We reenacted a trauma for him. Interesting. All right. So.
Oh, wait, right, one moment. Let me just be right back. All right, this book she had. I'm gonna just burn it. He just walks in, throws it in the forge.
Xiaomi's just like, whoa! And it just starts to set on fire.
Okay. So, all right. You did. I already explained what you did to her. So you are legitimately his sister. You've been gone. Okay.
Indeed, I am.
That means the first time he wasn't powerful enough to bring you back, or he didn't know someone powerful enough to bring you back, until he's an old man.
The brother that I knew was nothing more than a street magician. Now I've been brought back to a man that is far older than me, far more powerful than he used to be, and says that he is my brother. And I've come to confirm that is in fact the truth.
I know this is probably going to be a little bit painful to you to recollect, but how did you die initially?
Well, it was a bunch of thugs, actually. Bunch of thugs trying to get more than what they asked for. My brother was in a little bit too deep, and he owed some very dangerous people quite a bit of money. And when he couldn't give them exactly what they wanted with interest, that is when they did the deed. I was very, very brutally stabbed.
Alright, well that would explain his obsession with power a little bit.
That would also explain his obsession with the dark side of people.
Okay. So, what all has he mentioned to you about Raven?
I figured you should know about him, considering you're dealing with my brother. He only says to me what I need to know right now. And what I need to know is that his brother, or I'm sorry, my brother, through Raven, they knew each other. They were very close. And that because Raven is no longer here, he wishes to do exactly what he intended to do.
That confirms they were on the ship together.
Mm-hmm.
That would be... This is the player. That would be Quartermaster with human? Is that right?
Quartermaster.
I did mention the quartermaster, yes.
Okay.
That makes him the quartermaster of Raven's former ship.
Potentially. At least, I'd say
At least someone else within that close.
85% certainty. We can ask the man when we talk to him, if we get to talk to him directly again. Okay, Anoran, any more questions specifically?
What do you know about Dragon's Howl? Or Screech, as we may have otherwise learned about him.
I don't know about any Screech, but I do know about Dragon's Howl, or very little, considering he doesn't really speak. All I know is that he carries himself in a way that, well, even my brother seems to respect, and even fear a little bit.
Like, is this a little bit afraid of Dragon's Howl? Interesting. That explains the partnership.
Unfortunately, I don't know much more about that, considering Dragon's Howl isn't really brought up in conversation. I just know that he's there, and that he is not one to mess with.
What about the little orphans he's brought upon his group? Shadow, Jameis, Orion.
Those were not a part of Raven's big plan. Those are all my brother's doing, considering the fact that he needed a bit more help. I don't know exactly the full details, but he is definitely using them to his own ends. Jameis is brought on to be an information gatherer, an infiltrator, somebody to essentially work in the shadows and give him all the details that he needs. Orion is, of course, the muscle. So if he needs some destruction done, then that is Orion's deal. Shadow is the tactician. He's the one that is helping my brother with a lot of his plans. And they all have a deal with each other, from what I understand. With Orcus and Vecna, of all people. But that's the thing. Even Orcus and Vecna cannot stop the power of annihilation.
No, but Orcus is very wise. Vecna is very stubborn.
And they're also both very arrogant.
Vecna, definitely.
Marcus can back up what he preaches, but
Orcus had already faced extinction once and came back. So.
Oh, I'm not doubting his power, but I think he might be overestimating himself.
Well, maybe. That's not me to say.
well,
But
if I may, I did ask Careless to be quiet, and Kaylee is here, but let's give them a chance to ask a question, because different perspectives and all. Is that okay, Anaran?
I want to ask. I
Then,
got her brother on speed dial.
then we'll start with, since Kaylee is approaching, we'll start with Kaylee.
I already asked you this question before, but why does Bicus want us alive?
Because he feels he owes you a debt, considering how much you all have helped him. He says that even though that he has technically manipulated all of you, you all were a great asset in helping him getting a few things that he needed, as well as rid the world of some very terrible, terrible scum.
Scum that he helped. He set
Some
up.
that he made. Some that he made. Well, excluding Zidoria. That one was just helping. He made the scum in Wintervale. He helped the scum in Zidoria. Or at
So-
least most.
He's still confident that the reincarnation of Raven is going to come to him.
He says that he has no doubt.
And did he tell you what that inkling might be?
No. All he says is that it's going to happen.
Did he say it was going to happen soon?
No. I don't know when. He says it's essentially an inevitability, but nothing more.
Alright. That's all I wanted to know.
Careless, opening the floor to you.
No, he's just being quiet. He's keeping his word to Chase. He's keeping his mouth shut, has his arms crossed.
I'm literally giving you permission.
No,
Just
I
if you don't have a
really.
question, if you don't have okay, you don't have a question. That's all
Yeah.
you had to say. All right, okay, okay.
Anyway,
Alright, back to it. Go ahead, Aaron.
what's your actual name?
Fiona.
Waste of a name. Pretty name, though. Oh well. So, here's how this is going to go. We brought you back for two reasons. Obviously this, and then one other reason. You will be brought back to your brother. No doubt. However, I want you to understand something. And I'll make sure to drive this point to Bicus too when I call him up using your little stone. Which I'm keeping. But, You've already seen what happens once. This time, if you do come after us again, we won't be merciful, and we won't do this again. This is a one-time kindness. But where kindness grows, so does the weeds of anger. So, remember that the next time Bicus has you come anywhere near us.
So next time, we won't hold back.
And I suppose next time I should bring some stronger forces.
See, there's one little detail I haven't been really sharing, and he takes out a little tray of surgical tools.
Aaron,
I'm not gonna kill her. Just not gonna let her speak anymore. After all, if we left you alive, being able to cast spells, well, Thama's gonna throw a fucking fit. And, well, Vicus may have finally realized this is personal for him, but it's been personal for us since the ball. He gets his sister back. Just not the voice.
If he can get somebody to cast Resurrection, there's a possibility he can get someone to cast Regeneration. The only person you would be traumatizing is her, not him.
That's a fair point. So, in that instance, for those of us who are here, I say we make it a vote. We cause Bicus a little bit of a headache by having her have no vocal cords, or we send her back as she is.
I don't want to give Bicus any reason to go back on his deal.
Fair. And I already know that Chase will be voting against it as well, so that's already 2 against 1.
Sorry, Anaran. Any other
That's
situation,
fine.
I'd be
That's
more inclined,
fine.
but the numbers just don't add up to us getting a win if we do this.
That's fine. Instead, there's other things. He just puts a hand on her arm. Sorrow. Have fun.
So you're
want her
calling
to
Sorrow.
Either sorrow or wrath, whoever wants to do it. Just only the one rule is she can't die, and she has to be mostly fine.
What are you insinuating that they do?
Strike the fear of God into her.
Okay. Typically, sorrow feeds on sorrow and wrath feeds on wrath. So, striking the fear of God into her.
Alright. Nope, I already see where that's going.
No,
Fine.
I'm just trying to understand.
So, they don't just take it. They regulate. Sometimes they take. Sometimes they inflict.
Ah, I see what you're going with here. All right. So, considering Sorrow has... actually, I'm just going to have them tell you. Sorrow will speak up. You know, I really don't think that this is my forte. She doesn't seem to have any feelings one way or another towards any sorrow, so perhaps Wrath might enjoy a little bit of time. So, Wrath is going to essentially reach out from within you and touch her. You will lose control of yourself for the time being.
That's fine.
All right. So, Wrath will essentially manifest and get in touch with her. Everyone, I'm going to explain to you what you all now see. So, did you remove the blindfold?
No.
Okay, then you don't see much reaction. Basically, you just see maybe a quivering of her lips a little bit. And then after a little bit of time passes, you see her jaw move in a very certain way. And then you see blood coming from her mouth profusely. Her mouth opens up and a piece of her tongue falls out. And then she slowly starts to pass out. Wrath then comes back and just grumbles, a very frustrated grumble, before going back deep within you, Anaran. Well, that was quite certainly a very unexpected surprise. She didn't want to deal with it, the suffering, so she bit off her own tongue. Well,
Get this big piece of that tongue, put it in the bag of Colding.
She's still alive.
she had 1 HP.
Aaron?
Bonus action, spare the dying.
All right. You just barely saved her from killing herself.
Mm-hmm. That's the funny thing about death. They don't claim you right away. They'll regenerate it. But now she knows what not to do. I will, because she's at 0, just tap her with a first level Cure Wounds to give her 12,
Okay.
which would also forcibly wake her up.
So, she wakes up. She's no longer bleeding, but now because she bit off her tongue, well, yeah, she is up, but you just cannot see her reaction. Her eyes are still covered, and she just is silent.
Well, now she knows the medicine has been deposited. Anyway, I have a call to go make.
Alright.
All right, then.
Just let him know we will call him when we are ready to make the drop.
Oh,
Okay.
trust me, we're not doing it on the ship.
Okay.
So,
I'll let everyone else do stuff there.
I was going to say, yeah, since you kind of took over a little bit there, we're going to stay in the room for a second, and I'm just going to kind of go down the line and see if there's anything specific anybody would like to do. Since Carolus, you haven't done anything really yet, is there anything you would like to do now? You've seen everything that has just now happened. So,
Actually trying to think of what he would do in this situation without trying to make it seem forced. Hang on.
if you need a moment, I'll give you a moment, and then I'll have
Yeah,
somebody else do
gi-
something.
Yeah, you give me a moment, like, Because I don't want to go out of character in metagame, and I don't want to be rude.
No, that's fine. Then, Kaylee, how about you?
Did the cure wounds stop the bleeding?
The cure wounds did, in fact, stop the bleeding. She essentially she tried to kill herself by biting off her own tongue to avoid what Wrath was trying to do to her. And you could tell that she wasn't, just with the body language, that she was all too easily able to do so, though. So I'm going to have you please roll for perception.
Okay, well, that and then. Oh well, okay. 19.
With a 19, you got a little bit. You didn't get quite everything here, but you could tell that most people would hesitate to do such a thing. She did it very quickly, as if she didn't want to either endure what Wrath was doing to her for such a short time, or that perhaps she intended to do something like that from the start. Or perhaps she was willing to do it without a second thought.
Gag her again. Just in case.
Put the gag back. Chase will put the gag back in her mouth. All right.
You put the gag back in, and you just hear an audible sigh coming from her nostrils. She seems even more frustrated now.
Yeah. We'll find some place to hold her. May have to have one of the bathrooms occupied for a while, but whatever.
A fitting place.
Damn. Careless literally called her shit. I'm sorry, I had to laugh. All right.
No, I intended for that to be a laugh, but also he is a little bit peeved at her.
Well, that being said, before I go back to Anaran and let him do his call, is there anything anyone else would like to do?
Gonna approach. He'll take his sword and stab it right beside her head. Not like completely over the skin, but like she can just barely see it or feel it near her. Is she still blindfolded, right?
Basically, she would definitely hear the kerfunk next to her ear and probably feel the wind of the sword being thrust in that direction.
Okay. He's gonna lean down. Listen very closely. I promised Chase that I would keep my mouth shut and listen. And I did. Thank you ever so much for all the information that you gave us. We are really, really being so good to you out of the bottom of our hearts for somebody who's related to Vicus, to let you live and to use you as a bargaining chip. But let me make one thing perfectly clear. Once we give you back, if we give you back, do not even think about spitting in our mercy ever again. Because the next time you come at us, I won't hold back. Because what you did to my friend, I'm not going to forget that. I might be a paladin of mercy, but at that point, even Sarenrae has her limits. Don't test us.
Roll intimidation.
1 second.
I don't say grant him advantage with what just happened to her.
Actually, if anything, he should have disadvantage. I'm giving him a regular roll.
Fair.
Come on, D&D Beyond, don't be slow. Ah, god damn it. It was a 17 for a moment, that's a 9.
You just hear a chuckle in her throat.
He'll grab the sword, pull it back. And he'll take a deep breath and contain himself.
All right. Anything else from anyone? Going once? Going twice? All right. Anaran, we come to you.
Let's go up a layer. Go up another layer.
Those are not stairs.
That is not stairs. This is stairs. You'll double check if the jacuzzi area is occupado.
You find Kyra in there. Well, sorry, occupado.
Yep, he just closes the door.
You know, you could have joined me.
No, we'll just. You'll take out the sending stone. That's from the Lady of Crimson. Earth to Bicus. Or whoever has the other one.
You just hear what appears to be Bicus's voice on the other end. Speak.
Your sister's alive. We brought her back. So, I suggest a trade. You get your sister back, we get the Kraken's horn back.
You just hear the equivalent of somebody hanging up on the sending stones. And then after a moment of silence, as you wonder, did you just get hung up on by Bicus? Hold on a second.
Oh. That was Dragon's Howl.
Maybe?
There's an audible scream of several people of surprise and shock up on deck.
Well, unfortunately, we don't hear shit because we're in soundproof room.
Yeah, pretty much. However,
I'll just send a chase. Yeah, he's here.
Oh, well, technically, we're in the Kaylee's silence, so same.
Oh, yeah, Silink. The Bicus is here.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Fine. Okay. Up top. Looks
Right.
like,
Well,
Sue.
somebody showed up.
Sue, bring her. Sue will bring her with these people first. Yeah, we will teleport on deck. We will move those characters. Yeah, teleport up deck and then.
okay. And I'm just placing a few people here.
No, fair enough.
All
That's
right.
fair.
All right. So let me go on ahead. And where are you? Are you all going up along with her?
She is being kept below deck right here. I'm gonna move Sue to right
Hold on. It's below deck, right where?
Hold on, I'm gonna move Sue to where she's gonna be.
Okay.
Right there.
All right. I gotta find Sue. There she is.
Oh, yes. Right there. Just waiting for Chase to give the order to bring her above deck.
All right. So, as I will say, since, most of you are up there, you see that Bicus is there, though he is also not there. After all, it's not like he could get there at a snap of a finger, for what you know. He is, however, in his spectral form. as he looks down at all of you.
Anaran will just whistle.
So, he doesn't say much, but he does reach into his pocket and lift up the horn, showing that he does indeed still have it on his person.
Yep.
So you're
Hand it
telling
over.
me that you want this for my sister?
Yes. Your sister is alive. I don't lie.
And yet I feel like that there is a bit more to that. What condition is she in?
She tried to cut her own tongue out to kill herself. Don't worry, she's still alive. Managed to make sure she wouldn't die from that. So, she's alive, she's conscious, patched up enough.
He seems to be contemplating.
I can do you one bigger one and patch her up a little bit more.
He looks at the horn, looks at all of you, looks at you, Anaran, and then he starts to scan the ship. Where is the one that... Oh, there he is. All right. Fine.
Who is he looking at?
Hell.
Bell.
Ah. Unfortunately, he's cardboardified.
So, you see him clench the horn very tightly as if he's really struggling with this decision. I want her in fully one piece.
Well, she kind of cut off her tongue, and there's nothing we can really do about that, but I can patch her up just about everywhere else.
And then I suppose we can probably do some regeneration.
Anaran has the tongue on ice, so to speak.
Now,
so,
remember, everybody shut the fuck up. The moment you start, it's like,
Okay, never mind. Right, I'll bring her up in a second if you want to see her.
You see him take a deep breath as he holds the horn close to his chest for a moment. And then he actually bows his head. Very well. However, just as he seems to be doing something, you hear another voice coming from where Bicus is standing. Pardon me, Lord Bicus, if I may. Music, please. Across the illusionary fog, a figure steps forth to stand beside Bicus, and as more of the mist clears, it was none other than everyone's favorite bard, Jameis. Well, if it isn't my favorite band of miscreants and murderers, now elevating themselves to blackmail and extortion.
I
Piss
am gonna
off,
cut you off.
Jameis.
No, I'm gonna cut you off right there, Jameis. If you want this deal to go through and her to be alive, you shuts up.
I'm not talking to you now, am I?
I don't give a shit if you're talking at all.
Lord Bicus, may I have a word? See, what do you want, Jameis? Tisk. Such a shame to be reunited with your sister only to have her life snatched away in front of your very eyes a second time. Truly, this is a cruel joke. You know, conjured up by the forces that be.
Hey, could you please put a gun against her head? The more he talks, the less I feel like doing this.
Sue has her shot ready to go.
All right. He's going to continue to talk to Bicus for a moment. You do whatever it is you want to do.
If only I had silence today.
Kayleigh's going to say through the side whispers, just Let him talk.
So,
Vicus isn't stupid.
I will say, is anyone actively listening to what he's saying, or is there a lot of... Okay.
No, Anaran, as much as he hates the man, knows that it's his fucking silver tongue and can point out the lies. Which I will use enhanced ability on myself to be able to do that.
Alright. So, he was essentially talking very theatrically to Bicus during this moment, explaining, reminding Bicus what he just saw. Where Bicus turns to him, well, I appreciate the theatrics, now is not the time to dance around the point, Jameis. The point is that you are double dipping. On one hand, you've tried to be reasonable and forgiving. And on the other hand, you've shown anger and lashed out against these animals. Whatever the so-called, what did you call it, script goes astray? And what reward have you received for your actions? A reenactment of your sister being brutally butchered by one of them. All while the others stood, watch, and let it happen. And their choice in action afterwards was to use her as a bargaining chip. A pawn.
To be fair.
So, you didn't do the exact same thing before? We're only doing what you do to us.
My,
If you don't want us to harm you, you should probably leave us the fuck alone.
See, that's the point now, isn't it? He has offered to leave you alone. And what did you do? But get in his way again. And I am am I to understand that you're going to continue this?
To be fair, we were investigating something that had to do with our buddy, who is currently cardboard, and it just so happened to fall in line with what he was wanting.
And his sister is the one who decided that she wanted to take things too far.
After all, she did say, and I quote, "I was told just to scare you, but I knew that you would be in my brother's way, so I wanted to take you out myself."
You do hear exactly what I am hearing, correct, Lord Bicus? What I'm hearing is that they are going to continue whether you like it or not. Am I to understand that, everyone? That you're going to continue whether he likes it or not?
Just like you're going to continue to get in our way as many times as you want, Jameis showing up at the Sanguine Sea base, even when you were told to leave us the fuck alone.
Oh, and then trying to use your name magic against us, finding out it doesn't fucking work. And, oh yeah, that's right, I know Bicus said at least he was gonna leave us alone, but aren't you an extension of him?
Well, it is true that I do work for him now. There are some mistakes that I've made, Lord Bicus. I do greatly apologize. If you could find it in your heart to forgive me. But we can talk about that another time, because as you have heard, they will not stop. So why do you not remove those velveteen gloves that you keep wearing and show them the iron fists beneath? I do think that's time that you stop playing around.
We brought her back. We didn't have to.
No.
We brought her back.
And
now, before...
Did what?
Thank you, Kaylee. To be fair, we weren't gonna hurt her.
We didn't do anything to her. She's the one who bit off her own tongue. She's the one who chose death.
And
but we brought her back.
Why
we brought her back for you.
Why?
But we're doing the exact same thing that you did to us with Nami and offering a trade.
Why?
Let the DM speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why did she find it necessary to bite off her own tongue?
Don't know. Anaran? Why? Why did she bite off her own tongue? I was just standing there and you were just there, and she did it. Why?
Maybe the fear of God got put into her. Understanding that, Vicus, I'm a family man. I understand the whole values, and I do actually feel bad. Because she did tell us what happened the first time she died, and I do feel bad for you for that time. No person should ever have to see their sibling die so brutally. So as another man who values family connections, we brought her back.
You can
Patch her up. I'll patch her up even more if it makes you feel better.
You see Bicus seems to be a little at odds, though Jameis does just lean in and whisper something into his ear.
Can I listen for that?
You can most certainly try.
I'm gonna try to.
28.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 20 for me.
Unfortunately, 20 wasn't enough because it was still a whisper. Kaylee, however, you do have it with the 28 as Jameis does whisper to Bicus, telling him that no matter what they are saying, it doesn't hide the fact that something was done to her by them to make her want to bite off her own tongue. They tortured her.
We did nothing of the sort. Yes, Jameis, I can hear exactly what you're saying. We didn't do anything to her.
Well, I suppose that's for him to decide now, isn't it? Like I said, Lord, I think it's time that you show the iron gloves. And Jameis disappears. Bicus is left standing, staring at the rest of you.
Bring her up.
Hold on. Let the DM continue talking. I was about to say something.
I'm just changing the music.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Sue, bring her up. Carefully.
Okay. There we go. There we go. All right. So, when you bring her up, he does take a look and turn to her. Is she still blindfolded and gagged?
For now.
For now.
My Fiona. Undo the mask and have her
Sure.
open her mouth.
Sure. Remove the bindings.
Take off the blindfold and the gag.
When that happens, the two lock eyes for a moment. And then she nods to him with a smile. A very big, toothy one. So that's how you want it to be done. Very well then. You all have done very much to help me in my endeavors, but if you do continue to get in my way, I will have no choice but to erase you. The deal is off.
Alright. Shoot her.
Do you shoot her? She is standing there with just a great big smile on her face.
Grace is gonna fucking knock her unconscious. Sue's gonna knock her unconscious.
Ah, all right. So Sue will just come up and club her in the back of the head, is what I'm assuming, right? All right, bonk. So the little HP that she has goes bye-bye, and she is now KO'd.
willing to negotiate when this all happened, Bell simply got the jump on us. Again.
I don't think he's still here. He's gone, right?
Bacchus is gone. He said the deal is off and he left.
So, I see no reason to keep her alive. Clearly, she doesn't matter that much.
Not my job, Ryudo. It's your ship. What do you want to do?
So, I mean, Rio just goes up to her unconscious body for a moment. It is my ship, but she is your prisoner. So, I don't want to do anything without everyone's feedback. Everyone, let's go down to the Red Room. Bring her with us.
I'll pick her up.
Well, oh well. It was an attempt.
You tried, Aaron. That's about the best you can do.
That's why I didn't want to have anything done to her.
It didn't matter once Jameis started yapping his mouth off.
Fucking hell.
So I'm just going to have it be just Ryudo down there. Nami's going to stay upstairs. And Kaylee is the only one that is not in here. So I will ask if Kaylee is wanting to be a part of it.
There she is.
Okay. All right, so just need to... I'm sorry, for whatever reason, SoundCloud is messing up on me.
Oh no. I take it that Ryudo's gonna just represent everybody, Kagato, or is it just gonna be us and him?
He is there. Why is it playing this? Okay. Here it is. He is there because he was told that this is his ship and his decision, but as DM, I don't want to have him do something to an important character that is involved with you guys. So he's kind of there, but it's really you all's call, your all's call. So closes the door. I appreciate what you tried to do, but it looks like that this is what we are left with.
It's
So
fine. The only thing we wasted was 200 pounds of salt that we can get back.
exactly. I'll worry about the salt. So she is still alive, and she can't exactly bite off her own tongue anymore, so...
Nor can she cast any magic.
Indeed. So I guess that means that she is our prisoner, but the fact is whether or not that's a wise decision to keep her as a prisoner or to eliminate her. I, for one, couldn't care less. I would shoot her right now. But I really don't feel comfortable making that call. So I want to ask all of you, individually, without any bias or anything other than your truest feelings. Careless, I already have an idea of what you're going to say, considering the fact that you are under Saren Ray, but I still want to hear it from your own mouth. What do you think we should do with her?
Honestly, if she doesn't have any use to us and Lycus clearly doesn't want to deal with us, my immediate instinct says kill her. But hear me out on this. She might know a little bit more about where they could possibly be going next. Sure, she can't talk, but he'll look over at Kaylee. You still have side whispers. You could probably connect her mind and try to figure out any kind of information about what they're gonna do next.
She can still kick me out.
It's not a guaranteed thing. She also could just refuse to say anything.
Fair point.
No. Well, you are onto something. There is a chance that she might want to come around, but at the same time, this is Bicus's sister.
The thing here is, she absolutely loves him. It's pretty obvious what she was willing to do. However, we tried to appeal to the human part of him, and Jameis just basically shot that into the fucking dirt.
I am
As
not
James
surprised.
tends to do.
I'm not surprised. Manipulating people is his forte.
Either way, she's dead weight.
Jace, what do you think?
I don't know. I really thought this was going to be it. Fucking Bard had to show his face again, cause another problem.
Yeah, the next time he shows his face and we're fighting him, no mercy, he dies. Right then and there, he dies.
Finally, you're caught up to me.
We're all in agreement of that one.
Just I want to think. I would love to say I wish Ouroboros was here because he might have figured out a way to fucking work this. Although he probably would have just stabbed her already.
Yeah,
probably
he would have
stabbed
done it
her
again.
hard already.
Kaylee, how do you feel?
Problem here is.
Nope.
Go ahead.
Let Caleb go.
I say we keep her.
All right.
For what reason? Because she was abandoned by her brother.
Do you think we could possibly use her in some way?
That actually could be a good idea. Is that what you're thinking, Kaylee?
She was killed. She was killed and brought back. I was under the impression that Thurston would help her. What if we can show her a different way?
Oh no, more of this fucking horse shit. Okay, I need a good sell on this one. This one already firmly believes in Tharizdun's bullshit and lies. She already said that as soon as she had the chance, she would come after us again with more troops. Even if Bicus abandoned her, she would still try to find her way back to him.
If he revived her once, he would have revived her again. If she's dead, he could revive her. If she's alive, then she can't go anywhere.
Not if she's not being watched 24/7.
Her tongue's gone. She
Her
can't cast
spell
magic.
casting is true. That doesn't mean she can't just sneak away on a port.
And we would have to simply set up a watch formation. We've never had a brig. This will be the first time that we've essentially had one. Just have people on guard duty.
People didn't realize his reaction was so strong. If he knew he could bring her back again, yes, he would be mad, but he wouldn't be so mad that he was willing to threaten Belathama's entire life.
Given the trauma when it was inflicted, maybe he would have.
Or maybe
Trauma was inflicted again, he reacted instinctually, not logically.
Yes, but
Yep.
only now he has someone powerful enough to bring her back. Probably someone that belongs to Tharizdun.
We give her to the consortium.
That's
They
an
hold on.
interesting idea.
They hold on to her. They try to get more information. They have more facilities to not just torture, but to proper interrogation. They might find something we missed. They might be able to break whatever Tharizdun cult brainwashing's in there. And
Reverse the propaganda.
We'd still have a piece to play against Bicus.
That doesn't sound too bad. It
His
both gets
plan-
us out of our hair and also keeps her from being easily brought back by Bicus, assuming he can do so again.
It depends on how well defended wherever she's going to be.
We'll send her to they'll take her to headquarters. Nobody knows where headquarters is.
How protected is the headquarters?
It has extensive protections. Nobody can scry on it. Only the highest members know where it is. You cannot get there except through teleportation circle. And even then, the entrance has a shit ton of defenses. You come in there and you're not a freaking consortium member, you get wasted on entrance.
Sounds like our best option then.
Fine, but there's some stuff I still want to do with her.
Oh, I won't stop you.
Good.
Just as long as it's not too messy.
Oh, I won't kill her. There'd be no point to that.
Well, yeah, considering we already agreed that we shouldn't. But
You don't have to hold on to her for long. There should be there's a consortium office in Croy. You drop her off there.
I will say, though, I don't know what it is that you did, but maybe not do it a second time. Maybe a more gentle
No.
hand would probably go a further way.
No. No, Bike has already planted the seeds. Now it's just time to tend to them. He'll slap her awake with a first level cure wounds.
All right. She wakes up.
Morning, dumb fuck.
She just looks up at you, looks around. She notices that she is still amongst your group, and she just starts to laugh hysterically as best as she can without her tongue.
Mm-hmm. Your brother decided that you weren't good enough because Jameis gotten away. He was tempted. Take the offer, you go back to him. Jameis decided to open his mouth and convince him you weren't good enough.
She actually seems to widen her smile at that.
Really? I'll do an insight check.
Okay.
I do so at advantage because of the enhanced ability. 27.
With the 27, your insight can lead you to believe that this is what she wanted the whole time. She didn't want to be taken back. She wanted to be here. If it meant, that's what she is giving off.
Really? You want to be here?
She's just smiling at you. She looks elated. She looks like everything has gone according to plan.
You won't be here for long. I have a place special for you. You'll be
She
locked up in a cold cell away from everybody for a long time.
she begins to frown, and then frown harder, and then frown even harder. She's mocking you.
You know, there is someone we haven't asked. He just puts his hands around his amulet. So, milady, this is a curious fate. What would you have me do? Go with what they want? Or send her to the fate she so willingly accepts?
If you were to just kill her, there's a chance that she would just be revived again. And then you'd be back at zero. Her living and you controlling where she goes could possibly prevent her from getting in your way again in the future.
Very well. Very well. It's a shame. Akira's not awake. Because killing you would not be a problem. Not when your soul is absolutely devoured. But, oh well. She's all yours, Chase.
As Sue approaches, she just starts to cackle. You know, she sounds very strange with that voice as she laughs without a tongue. Maybe Sue, I wouldn't be opposed if you knocked her out again.
Or just gag her.
One more question. Does the name Francis ring a bell?
Yeah, I'm assuming you're asking her, so...
Yes. Yes.
So... She just kind of stops laughing, and she looks to her left, looks to her right, and just shrugs her shoulders.
Yeah. I was gonna get, if you knew him, I would have given you the idea of what you were gonna be in for, but never mind. Gag her, blindfold her, knock her out soon. We'll be in Croy in a little while.
And bonk. All right.
Oh well.
So
There goes that plan.
I'll say that time has definitely gone on during this whole process, so I'm going to make the sun start to go down a little bit, signifying that it's nearing the end of the day. So I will ask at this point if you all would like to do any more roleplay amongst each other, or if you would like to move on to the next day.
Oh, right. Red might not be a paladin.
What are you talking about?
Apparently there's no god backing her.
That's... okay, fair.
Chances are she might be a warlock.
We'll have to work on that more.
I'm beginning to believe it's better to just force the truth from her. Warlocks are far less not including Akira and Nihiri and all the other warlocks on here. But there is much more drastic measures that have to be taken. If she's been packed with a fiend, there's a very good likelihood that either the Nine Hells is wanting to help us, or they're sending an agent in to fuck us up when we least notice. If she's an agent of the Fae, well,
Depends on which court.
exactly. If it's
Alright.
a great old one, we don't know what the fuck they could want.
Well, can we figure out what gave her those powers if we like have her in a spar or fight alongside us?
Yes, each warlock is different. They all have similar spells, but their base abilities are somewhat different, as we can tell between Nihiri and Akira.
Did she even use any magic? Or
No.
any thought? No. Did she didn't
If any.
fight? Did she anything?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't remember.
I will
Well,
say,
she did fight alongside me.
DM's
I
talking.
guess-
DM's talking.
actually, Carolus, this is perfect. I need you to roll history.
I will guide you. And then lose concentration on ability.
God damn it, that was a 19. What's the guy?
Stop with the natural ones, you mud.
It's not my fault!
Unfortunately, despite putting your fingers up to your head, really leaning over and going, "Eeeeer," you blow a gasket and you can't remember anything past your own name for a half second.
Can we all think about it since she fought beside all of us?
I will say that you all can also do it. Carolus had the best shot. Tell you what, actually, you know what? I'm going to do this for you. Carolus, you're fine because you were right next to her. The rest of you can definitely roll. You will have a disadvantage, though, because you didn't fight directly next to her like Carolus did. But you're all welcome to roll.
I can get it up to a 15. Would that
I
be
will
enough?
guide. I will guide. So, at max 19.
At max 19.
Well,
Yeah.
no. So his at max is now 17. Oh wait, is it 16 or 17?
It would be 16. Yeah, it would be 16.
All right. Does anybody have a 20 or over?
No.
No.
Unfortunately, all of you can think really hard, and you remember seeing her fight. You just remember seeing her fight in her werewolf form. You don't remember seeing her doing anything as far as fighting with a sword or shield or paladin-like stuff.
Oh, damn it. Oh, I thought I remembered it. Ugh.
Can I
Alright.
take a shot in the dark and have Sue do it?
Sure, okay.
Okay.
Might as
Why
well.
not?
Go for it.
It is a flat roll. Nope. We are all
No. Damn it.
You know, at this rate, fuck it. I'll do another
Dice don't
commune.
like us tonight. What the fuck?
I'll do another commune, but that means that each question now has a stacking minus 25, not minus, stacking 25% chance of not being answered. So the first question is 25, second question is 50.
50, 75, 100. Yeah.
I don't have 100, it's just 75. So,
No, it's for each casting, not each question. So each one of them is 25% for this question. Each question.
Yeah.
pretty sure
Anyway,
for
go
each
ahead, Naraku.
question.
You know, I probably should have had you do this when you reached the Raven Queen earlier, but we'll call that a freebie. So, that's more on me. So we'll call that a freebie. All right. So yeah, go on ahead, give it a try.
Well, so here's the thing. The first one I cast doesn't have that problem. It's every cast outside of that.
Oh, that's
That's,
gotcha. Okay.
if
For
you
each
cast
casting. Okay, so yeah, each question has a 25% chance of not working. For this cast.
All right. Give it a try.
Question 1. Is Ren a warlock?
All right, give me that roll. D100.
D100, 25 or less is not great. Fuck. That question doesn't go through.
There's just static.
Nice
Second
with the
question.
rolls.
I don't know. I could use this for divine retribution. Second question. Is Ren being backed by a Fae?
Roll again.
Yeah. Oh wait, I don't need to roll 2 D100s. Just one.
Motherfucker.
The dice are cursed tonight.
Got it. Okay, last question, buddy.
Oh, the dice! You have fucked me. Question 3 and final, because I'm not going to do another casting of this without the dice are working. Is Ren being backed by a devil? Right, just one. Finally, 69.
There we go.
Nice. No.
No. Okay. Well, the first 2 are static. The last one is she's not being backed by a devil.
Okay, so we can roll that out completely.
You know what? Fuck it. Divine intervention. With how the rolls have been, I might succeed.
What are you trying to divine intervention? You support more. State your.
I want to know the truth of Rin. I want to know Rin's true self.
Okay. Roll the
I know by the
D100.
wording. I know the wording is shit, and the D100 is probably gonna fuck me now.
There we go.
Not. You have to roll low. Is that
No, you God no. 91. Now it's feeling like fucking.
Yeah,
me.
it's like
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not that you. It's not that you roll low. It's that you roll bad. That's the curse tonight.
So then that goes away. I have tried everything.
Careless, did you somehow talk? You've been to conventions. Did you touch Will Wheaton?
No. He was not at MegaCon, okay?
I have the strongest urge to just greater restoration her and get this shit over with.
Don't.
Let's-
It's
okay,
not
let's-
worth wasting a
let's-
spell slot.
No, it's okay. No, we still have time before we got to Gavaria.
Okay, I'll do a few more questions
No, well, we will.
on other days.
Yes, we will. Let's focus on what we are about to do. We are about to learn the truth behind Raven.
Right, the King of Crory did promise us an audience too.
Yeah.
That's
We will deal with Ren after that. Okay.
yeah.
I have a question.
What's up?
Would you like me to be present or to stay here on the ship?
Honestly, Ryudo, I think it would be best if you stayed on the ship. Technically, you're still wanted.
No, he has to come.
He needs to come.
We can't. We are not going to be able to take that thing away from the archives. It only opens if Raven's blood opens it.
Rito,
see.
by default, has no choice but to come. That being said, we can put the king in a position where he cannot do anything to him. After all, the world's safety is not just relying on our abilities. And then he'll just turn to Ryudo.
All right. Well, fuck it. We ball.
Just, you don't have to go looking like you.
I could be von Piraten. I'll go get my
Or I
mustache.
could
No, Ryudo, don't run off, please.
Ryudo, I could just make you a whole new outfit.
I suppose. I mean,
I meant he could put on a disguise while we are in there,
Yeah.
and then
oh, but okay. All right, twirly mustache. I guess you're just gonna have to wait another day.
Look, as much fun as that sounds, this is a little bit more serious than a twirly mustache disguise right now.
I am being serious.
if you think the disguise will work, I will trust you. You've been very impressive with the way you disguise yourself. We will simply, once we get in there and start talking to the king, we'll make him understand everything. If you have to reveal yourself at that point, we're going to also remind him how much havoc we can cause if we get mad.
Let's actually just skip a few of those steps. Ryudo should just come as he is. After all, if we come in there with Ryudo disguised, that could set a precedent of untrust. We are supposed to be allies in this event.
Alright.
And we need him to understand that, yes, Ryudo is a very silly pirate who's actually an adventurer. But we also need him to understand that right now, economical or civil disputes need to be put aside.
Not when the fate of everything's in balance.
He's right. We can't. This is not a situation where you can deceive your allies. You're right.
Yeah, no, he is. It's just, hopefully the king will be in a listening mood when we meet with him.
I'm understanding that he has actually reached out to you all. How did he sound?
Moderately-
Actually, how did he sound?
I was just about to speak, man. I reminded him about him fixing the goblin's problem. He said he's already working on that. He seems mostly jovial, though very frustrated with everything that's been happening. I can send to him right now to let him know that we are on our way.
Could you do that now and just get it out of the way so he knows we're coming?
Alright. Sending to the king. Your lordship, we are on our way to you. We're gonna need you to trust in us, because things are gonna get very confusing and very frustrating very quickly.
All right, and you're back almost right away. Ah, excellent to hear from you. So you are coming. All right, I will make sure that you will be welcomed without any problems at the gates.
Said that we should expect no issues. Of course, if that's, that's about as far as you can say. If there is a guard that gets a little shit-talky, we could probably...
Or just remind him that it's official king business and that he shouldn't be getting in our way.
Fine. Fine. We should be coming in the dock anyways. That'll be fine. Alright.
Then, with that being said, I'm going to say that we should, unless there's any other remaining business, that we should probably take a 5-minute break and then come back to deal with the king and the archives.
One more thing. When we got Ryudo back, way back from Valora, how extensive of a medical examination was he given, Naraku?
He would have been given the same as everyone else. Pretty intense.
Okay, so he wouldn't have found... So, Kagato, he would not have found some odd markings, something there that's not supposed to?
All that he had found, because yes, we'll say that while it didn't actually happen, he does make a good point that he would have gone through something extensive. Nothing would have been found as far as anything truly odd. It seemed like that whole thing was entirely designed to completely wipe his memories. And since it didn't finish, he regained them. So,
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing adverse, I should say.
Okay. This is partially because Kaylee was asking her in the side links about something that could get Ryuto to get Ryuto to come to him and everything. It was like I was just doing a last minute check. It's like, hey, did we miss something that might be on him? No, okay. So if that's the case, then I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
It was a good idea though, Gillard.
All right. So then 5-minute break then.
Yep.
Somebody else said something.
Nope.
I was just about to ask if Bun had something.
No, I'm good.
Okay, I got nothing either.
All right. Then with that, we shall begin a 5-minute break while I get you guys set up in the next spot. So,
All right, be right back.
Be right back. Yeah, I tried. I tried to. Well, actually, no. I found this throne room, and it actually looked just like the one from Tabletop. So I was just like, "This is perfect." I mean, there's some differences clearly, but it was close enough to where I'm like, it almost feels the same.
No, this works. You did a great job finding it.
Yeah, there were 2 entrances, because I remember because we came in one as Shadow left the other.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But
All
mine
right.
nitpicked.
All right, DM.
So, since I don't have the entire city at this moment, I only have the throne room and the places that are important for right now. So, I will describe a little bit of what went on up until this point. It was the following day, and you all made port at the port of Croy. As per the discussion that had happened the previous night, you took the Lady in Crimson and delivered her to the consortium headquarters there in the town of Croy, where, as Chase had put it, she's being accepted in as a guest. Knowing exactly what that meant, she was taken away, and the last thing that you all see and hear from her as she just snaps her neck, not literally, just like whiplash, right towards all of you as she's turning a corner to be taken away from sight. She just starts to laugh louder and louder down the hall until you no longer hear her.
Man, that really does sound bad, because with no tongue, that's more of a,
Yeah.
half choke, half laugh, half, you don't know if she has something down her throat.
It was still completely unrestrained. She was extremely happy. But, as you have been told, there shouldn't have been any opposition. And there was none. You all approach the guards, and they welcome you in without any fuss, even with Ryudo in tow. And as you enter into the throne room, you see quite a long line of guards leading up to the King of Croy. And as he steps forward and welcomes you with open arms, he then looks to his left and looks to his right and nods as he and everyone else in the room kneel before the lot of you.
So that takes fun out of it, doesn't it, Aaron?
Uh-huh.
Just accept it for now, guys. Let them have it.
We had a
You
bit.
don't. We have a bit.
and it's
We have a
gone.
bit. But it's not gone. It just won't have the same impact.
Mhm.
Kagato, do all the guards look much better after the last time we saw them when they were all ragged?
Yes, they actually look very healthy. They look normal, as normal as you would expect. In fact, if anything, they look a little bit more strapping.
There's probably also not as many.
There are quite a few here, but in comparison technically to what you remember seeing, this is about half.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Let's discuss.
Wow. Royal treatment.
Well,
yeah,
you
this
save
is
his
kind of
ass
surprising.
2 times and save the rest of the majority of his kingdom. This is about what you're gonna get.
Well, let's go meet with him, my guys.
So, as you all approach, each set of guards that you pass, they all stand as soon as you pass. And then when you approach, everyone else begins to stand once more as the king smiles upon you all and starts to applaud you, not in a sarcastic way, I must add. He is actively clapping for you and then looking for everyone else to join him in doing the same, as he then shouts out, "Welcome emissaries of Alexander, or should I say, heroes to the archipelago, welcome, my friends. Thank you very, very much for meeting with me. I know it's been a long time coming, and I'm sure you all have a lot of questions, but before, I would like to sincerely apologize. I'm not going to blame anyone other than myself, considering what had happened. I had let love get in the way of my own thoughts, my own judgment. And as a result, I was used against my will to do terrible things, which also included all of you. So on that, I do greatly apologize from the bottom of my heart.
Your Majesty.
Takes a page and rips it. Okay, I don't need that speech anymore. God damn it.
They also look up. Your Majesty, we understand what you went through was traumatic, and we understand that you weren't in your bright mind frame, but I can understand that you initially did have the best intentions for your people. You're a good king without being blinded by wrongdoings.
Anaran is just yawning.
So many fucking protocols for this. Nope. Okay, I already apologize. Okay. All right.
So,
Yeah. Go ahead.
at the same time, he does look out and he makes eye contact with Ryudo. Do not worry, Ryudo is of course welcome here as well. He was arrested in a very unique circumstance. After all, once more, I was not of my own mind, and while he was technically in a place he shouldn't have been, there is a very important reason as to why, and I think I know why. After all, he is the very spitting image of Raven, after all. That is when most of the guards all look towards him, and there's some murmuring and chattering, though he holds up his hands. But he is not, after all. Am I correct in that assumption?
You would be correct, sire.
You would have no idea the lengths we've gone. Ay, ay, ay.
Well, then it's about time that I go some lengths for you. So, this is when I would like to offer you whatever records that I have on the whole Raven situation, considering that what's going on does have to do with him. Though I am curious, I must ask a bit of a selfish question. What happened to Philomena?
So, funny story.
Okay. We'll take it from the top.
Okay, so, from the very top. Yes, we did kill her and your family too. He cut her in half, he just points over at Careless.
Was
After
working. Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you. Finish.
After that, she was working with Vicus, Orion, Crusher, Shadow, all that folk. We didn't see her again till Dale's, where she was possessing his dead wife. We killed her again then. And, how do I say this? She is technically now on our side trying to help kill Vicus.
Put in an android body. Right, robotic body.
In a whatever techno gizmo bullshit. I don't understand it.
Simply put, you don't have to worry about her for now.
He just reaches up and scratches the back of his head. Well, that certainly is quite the tale, considering. But what's important is that what she was, has been dealt with appropriately. Whether she lives or not at this point, It does not matter as long as it's for the greater good, am I right?
Of course, you
She
sire.
knows, yeah, she knows. She betrays us one more time. She's gone.
Yeah,
Permanently this time.
yeah, we've made that clear.
Well,
I've been blue balled this entire time.
if it's not too much to ask, it won't be now. It'll certainly be later, but I would like to speak with her myself one-on-one and figure out a few things. But that is not important at the moment. I have some more information for you before we get directly to other questions, but you had asked me in regards to the goblin situation. Well, he just turns and looks to his scribe and takes a sheet from him. And he begins to read off an official decree that completely absolves all the goblins, effective immediately, from being seen as criminals, or essentially, I'll just wrap it up here. He's making sure that they are fine again. So no longer are they wanted criminals just for being themselves. In fact, they are now reinstated as full-blown citizens officially as of several weeks ago.
It's wonderful news.
Add off the list. Okay.
This is not something that I would have done on my own. So once more, I am so sorry that I was manipulated into doing something so foolish. The goblins have been such good people to us, and they're doing so much to make life so much better for everyone. It's a shame that they had to be put through all that, and it was my voice that made that happen.
You were blinded to the truth, sire. You were made to believe a falsehood. Anyone who...
Don't kiss his ass.
It's not kissing his ass, it's just being honest. The point is, anyone could have fallen for that. Anyone.
No, not anyone. Somebody of weak will and weak mind would have fallen for that. And that is exactly what I did. And that's why I'm going to strive to become a much better king in result. So he hands it back to his scribe. Now, on to further business. I'm sure that you all have plenty of inquiries to make, so I am here at your disposal. But just know that before you leave here, I have something to give all of you.
Oh, funny. We have something to give you as well. Chase, do you still have it?
Yes, I've got it. I think we'll have to change a few of the itemizations considering that speech, but that's fine.
If it's a giant middle finger, then I will not scoff. I'll probably understand.
No.
No, it's a giant list of all the things that your one fuck up caused that you're gonna have to help pay off.
Ah. You have a list. Just how long is it, I must ask? Will you unfurl it and have it go down the stairs?
He does that, and that's exactly what happens.
Damn it. This human is ruining all the fun.
I know.
Oh, suck it up, guys.
You don't realize there's an actual Google Doc list.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. Anyway.
Turns
we
out
have
the king is
questions that
very
need to be
humble at this
asked
moment.
first. Anyway.
Copy the link, put it in the voiceless chat. Might as fucking well.
Anyway.
Before we do much, there are some things you need to do effective immediately. The following individuals must be put on the similar list the goblins were on. A man named Bicus.
Already done.
Jameis.
The Bard. Oh
Yes.
my
Yeah, he's a rapist.
Wow, I have been missing out.
He needs to be put on that because he's helping Bicus. As well as other things that I wish to fucking tear him apart for. Orion, or Mutilator. And then a Kenku capable of flight known as Dragon's Howl.
A Kenku that can fly.
If you need images, you'll just create bonsai trees.
I don't suppose they're all green.
No.
No.
Jokes aside.
I'll get you proper pictures later.
Jokes aside, I definitely know about Bicus and what he's doing. As far as the others, I am very curious about Jameis, considering everything that he has done for the kingdom. He's been such a good entertainer. Such a shame. But if he is in league with him, then I certainly have no choice.
Now, specifically, it's for them to be on those same lists, except instead of them being people to go after, only information about where they are when they are last spotted. They should be avoided at all costs.
I see. So instead of wanted, dead or alive, just any information is welcome. Possibly for the best. I wouldn't want any random adventurer thinking that they can make a name for themselves, getting themselves killed.
Or worse.
Go ahead and write that down. The scribe takes up his pen and starts scribbling along.
Anyone have anything else?
There was one man I remember who helped us escape. He was the head of the branch here. Jacob, I believe his name was.
I'm afraid that Jacob is no longer with us.
Let's see.
He's been transferred. Sorry, that was a terrible joke.
Yeah, Carolus does not look that amused at that. So who's in charge of the branch here now, then?
Actually, we have a smaller branch considering what had happened recently. We are reaching out to the Warriors Guild in order to expand, so that way we can get some of our own guards a little bit more time. They still are, unfortunately, working themselves quite hard, though not nearly as bad as when I remember waking up and seeing them. Though the current leader of the branch is a woman named Jill.
He's gonna nod his head. All right then, good to know.
Haley, you got anything?
No. Just the records on Raven.
If I might approach, Your Honor. Your Grace.
It's all right. You definitely can approach, and don't worry about any of those formal names right now. There's far too many things that matter most.
As Chase comes up, he gets close enough and just whispers in his ear. Put in a word to the consortium for a little backup. You need to stop fucking hiding from us.
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, I shouldn't have whispered that. I said, it's like he's telling him you can ask the consortium for a little additional backup, and that he needs to stop hiding from us.
Who needs to stop hiding? The king?
Last time we were here, the consortium could get no information out of the castle.
Oh. Oh, that's what you meant. Stop hiding from the consortium, not hiding from you.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, that my brain died. So.
That's fine.
So.
Like, Chase will continue. Like, because if you had just been working with us, this would have been all avoided because you would have followed the proper protocols for a king.
He just leans over to the scribe and has him write down really quickly what you had just said before turning back to you. There's a lot of things that could have been avoided if I had been Well, let's just put it plainly, if I wasn't so fucking naive and horny.
Thank you for admitting it.
Well, you don't know what he said, but Chase does.
It's Anaran, of course he does.
I was about to say.
Yeah, sure, yeah,
His
from that
perception.
distance. Yeah, never mind.
All right, I think that's about it for frivolities. I think it's time to get down to the main reason we're here.
There's one last thing.
Fair enough.
You are aware of the disease that is going on in Gavaria.
I am. Happened very recently, and I've sent some of my clerics down there. And unfortunately, they are reporting back with much more of what you've probably heard. They cure it, and it comes back almost immediately.
It's being caused by a fae for some reason.
A fae?
No idea why or where it is at the time, but it will be dealt with.
Interesting. I'll send word to have some of my men look for anything that resembles a fae over there, and see if they can investigate further.
Just
Yes.
tell them to be careful. We
Investigate.
already know that the fae is probably doing this for self-defense.
Yeah, investigate. Don't attack. There's no telling what might happen if it dies. It could It could make the disease worse.
It spread across to every archipelago within an instant.
Well, I'm not sure about that one, but
It's fey magic. It could be crazy like that. You know that.
You know what? Yes, that's exactly what will happen. Let's raise the stakes. Thank you. Either way, he does take those words, has his scribe write them down, and he also tells him, just make sure that you send word to them as soon as possible. So I'd like to see ascending before the end of the day. The sooner the better. And he writes that down, and he signals to somebody who seems to go off possibly to do that sending.
Don't think we have anything more for this. I
no,
think
that
it's
should be it.
Right, no, it's gonna roll inside, but okay.
Do you want
I
to do
mean,
that?
you are welcome to do anything you want at any time.
No, I'm ready to keep just going.
All right. If you say so, then if that's the case, then the king will then look upon the rest of you. Is there anything else I could assist with before we move on?
We'll go through the bill later. Let's deal with the library first.
The Bill. A businessman at heart, are you?
No,
That's me.
Oh,
that's him.
just angry and done with this shit then.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's-
that pretty much hit the
that's
nail on the head.
All right. Then if that's the case, let's help you get rid of some of this shit, shall we? If you're looking for the records, you'll find them on that pathway there. He points over to your left. That will lead you to the library and archives. Just know that you will be expected and that you have free reign on anything there that you need. I must warn you, though, there is one piece of the Raven that we do not have the ability to open.
That's fine. We accounted for that.
All right. Well, if that's the case, enjoy yourselves. Make sure to get our library card, and I hope you find out everything you need.
You're a strange king.
I've been told that a lot.
Ace, what's a library card?
Well, certain libraries are where commoners and whatnot can check out books, but the library card kind of lets them keep track of it, so if the book stays gone for too long, they can come find them.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh,
Come on, Rito, let's go.
come on.
Yeah, let's go.
What is Ryudo feeling right now?
Nervous.
She goes over and takes his hand.
Ryudo, You are not Raven. Remember that. You just look like him. Understand that when you go through those doors and you look over the records. Okay. Sure. No problem, just reading a whole bunch of stuff. Just read it like it's a storybook.
It's gonna be alright, man.
All right.
It is a history book, Ryudo, just not your history.
Yeah. Yeah. And that is where I will now go to the next room.
I've been looking forward to this for weeks, and you pulled that rug out from under us, motherfucker.
Hey, I mean, I was gonna have the king be an asshole to the people who have been quite literally been saving the fucking archipelago.
No, it's just literally everything that came out of your mouth is like, okay, that we were gonna say that to him in an angry tone. That. Like, stop saying the words that are in our mouth, motherfucker.
The king is very self-aware.
Now?
Yes, that's the important thing. Now. Anyway, let me get you.
I'm glad you made the elimination of the cultists of North Rockdale that was gonna burn the entire town down as a freebie.
That is
Yeah.
a freebie, yeah.
Yeah, there was almost no way even his guards would have known about that one. So it was like, yeah, no, that's a freebie.
He basically Uno reverse cards you guys.
Yeah, kinda did.
Yep.
It's fine. It still made for a good moment. Like,
All right, dropping you
we
in.
were supposed to get with Bell and try and expect. Well, we did a little bit. We're going to expound upon it a little bit later, but we never could get time again together.
Oh, you little sneaks.
Hmm.
For the elimination of corrupt nobles in Zoria, we'll accept payments of 15,400 golds worth of specific gemstone dust of our choosing. You're like trying to get the tattoos right away.
Well, not all of them.
We were also going to possibly talk about installment plans.
Be fair, he's apparently did say
Right.
that we were gonna get a reward from him later.
Right.
Yeah, that's the other reason why we didn't actually start saying about this stuff out loud. It's like, well, reward. Now we can't really. Okay.
Also, fun.
Uh-oh.
Sorry if we
Uh-oh.
talked over you. If you wanted to say anything.
No, I'm mostly thinking about the whole entire. I forgot her name. Bicus's sister.
Uh-huh.
So
Fiona.
that's just mostly on my mind at the moment. So there really isn't anything for me to
It's fine.
talk
Also,
about.
if you paid attention, not everything here is meant to be paid out to us.
Mm-hmm.
A
No,
lot of it.
yeah. I just noticed that and I was like, you little sneaks.
Yeah,
Talking about saying that the board doesn't exist.
No, me and Joe Lot are in here. You just have
I'm
to.
not.
Try summoning them again, Kagato.
GM tried to summon us to a board, but we couldn't find the specific board.
Oh, this
Rocket.
map!
Naraku's here now, so try getting Bun again, Kagato.
Yeah, I'll keep summoning.
I know this map. I was gonna use this map for something for the Friday. Oh well.
Well, it's being used.
Well, it was this
Nope.
or the other.
What's the name of it?
The library.
Okay, let me see if I can find it.
It should be under the core
Uh,
tab.
Yeah, it should be under Croy.
Yep, there she is.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I'm actually trying to find the
I
way into
literally found-
here.
I literally found it by myself, Scott. You didn't have to ask.
Mhm.
You didn't even need to say anything. I was gonna probably do it myself.
Yeah, we are all here now.
I will take the bag now.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to deal with that when we get to it. All right, so you all ignore the fact that there's an outside. You just came here through that hallway.
Yep.
Okay.
So you enter and you see what appears to be a gnome and a rabbit just up there on the pedestal. Why, hello!
Oh, there.
Hello.
Do you have a library card with us?
No.
No.
No, but we have official duties from the king.
Card.
This is a well-trained rabbit.
Indeed. Now you all have been carded. So what brings you here today? From the king, you say? Let's see. Let me take a look at my records here. And, oh, yes, I was actually expecting quite a few of you. And there's far less of you than I was expecting.
Yeah, they
They
got
are,
caught up with some other stuff. Don't worry about that.
They're resting.
Either way, you'll have to forgive me, but renovations. So I'm just gonna enjoy your flight.
Oh dear.
What?
Wait, what?
Poof.
What do you mean? Enjoy our flight? Ah!
Poof. Poof.
We could have went
Poof.
through any of the doors.
I don't know how to get there. Poof. I just know that the room you need to be. I just know the room you need to be in is literally behind him, and there's no door that leads directly there.
Yeah, there's doors that go through here, that then go up the stairs and go through over here.
Oh, good grief! I'm not doing all of that.
Just, it's funnier this way. It's funnier this way. Let him have it.
So you all appear in the middle reading area, and as soon as you all go poof, 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 this dragonborn over here goes, shh, this is the library.
I've seen things that I don't think I can truly understand. Just got poofed out of
Roll,
existence.
roll.
Is this reality? Where are we?
So, you all are now here. So, oh, right, it might be a good idea to, poof, hello.
It's the
So,
library.
well, fuck that noise. Now, let's see, you are here for the Raven records, are you not?
That we are.
Well, take a seat, and I shall bring them all to you.
Rito!
Come on, Rito.
Where is Rito?
I'll get him. I'll get him.
He's right
Come on.
there.
So
Come on.
you grab him and you start to drag him, and he makes a sound of grinding concrete as you drag him along the ground as if he's petrified.
He's gonna give him a gentle squeeze on the shoulder. Hey, listen. What the king said is right. You are not him. It's a history book. Not your history. His. Got it?
Technically his, but...
Anaran, shh.
Got this one here.
No matter
got
what's
this
in
one
there,
here.
Don't do that, man.
Work here is done.
Well, Gareth will look at Kaylee to try to get her to come help out with this.
I'm literally right here.
So, you see a stack of documents before you. Some of them, as you mull over them, are, well, quite a bit of it is information that you already know. You know that there is a record of his execution. You know when it was. You know that it is actually truly on record that he was killed by guillotine. And that he was being hunted down because he was meddling in affairs regarding a very dangerous deity known as Tharizdun.
Does it say who captured him?
It was the entirety of the armada of several different kings. It's just that he eventually made it to the archipelago as he was escaping, and it was the young king there at the time who assisted with them using brand new technology made by one Victor Crowley to subdue him.
Oh, damn.
Well,
Is
that's
there a
fucking
date about
hilarious.
when he was executed?
As far as the date, it is month, day, year, 70 years ago. Basically exactly when you were, but I don't have an exact year system in this world, so you'll have to forgive me, but we'll just say that it is the date that you expected 70 years ago.
Things seems to be in order so far.
So you continue to look through the records, and it starts to show that while it was Raven who was caught, the rest of his crew scattered, and it was at his command that they did so. He literally gave himself up in order to save them. So the rest of his crew were not captured or executed. Only Raven, though his ship was definitely sunk.
Do they have it written down where?
I was actually about to ask that.
It would,
I heard that. Don't.
it would be off of, I would say, we'll say south of Wintervale, north of the Island of Storms, that area.
Okay.
Actually, let me pull up the map here. You know what? We're going to say that it was in the Sea of Serpents, because we haven't done anything with that yet. So, Sea of Serpents.
Oh god.
That's to the south. Okay, southwest.
Yep, southwest. So more in between Zadoria and Gavaria.
Yeah, that would be southeast.
Yeah. So it was around that area where his ship was sunk, and he was captured and executed in Croy, and the rest of his crew was wanted, but they were never found.
We're starting to find them piece by piece.
As far as any remaining documents, it's more so information on the fact that his ship, his gear, his other belongings, they were lost to the sea. So they were not able to acquire any of it. But they wrote it off as permanently lost considering where the ship sank. But
No, that's not the case.
now...
Especially they got a Kraken.
Now we have the main piece, which right underneath the rest of the other documents, you find a fairly thick locked journal. It looks very old, and despite the fact that it is a piece of Raven's belongings, it is certainly not waterlogged, as it was on his person as the only piece of belongings that he had when he turned himself in.
Can I get a
Well.
Can I get a chance to try and evaluate how old the book is?
Sure.
What would I roll for that?
Investigation.
That would be okay.
Am I getting guidance on this, Anaran?
Yes.
Never
Guided
mind,
beyond
the
belief.
curse remains.
Oh boy,
Christ.
considering what's in there, I certainly hope that this doesn't continue, but we will see. All right.
Can I try to roll for
Yeah.
investigation then?
Sure.
If you guys want, I can do it.
Go ahead, but
Yeah.
I have my psi abilities, so
I'll just
Just hit
also
me
give
the
but
roll.
Kaylee a guidance.
Hey, I just got
Okay.
a natural 20.
Or Sky can just go ahead and do it after Bun.
That was
No,
I
no,
accidentally hit it beforehand.
Nope,
Bun
no,
goes.
nope.
I'm saying no to that. We're taking Kaylee's because she's the one who offered to do it. So, Kaylee, if you do not mind, go on ahead.
Okay. Say this. Alright, so that's 23.
Oh, that's more than enough.
25.
23, 25,
Sorry, I mean 25, yeah.
25. Okay, that's even more than enough. You can tell that this is 100 years old.
Interesting.
Years older than he will then.
That means he's continuing someone else's work.
Well,
Let's,
one way to find out what's in there.
It's well, you'll find out pretty quickly that the journal itself is definitely 100 years old, or relatively so, with Raven being executed 70 years ago. So take that as you will. Ryudo will pause. Hey guys, you know what? I think I saw a bathroom nearby. I think I should.
Elsa's gonna grab him. No,
You know.
we're not backing out of this.
easy. We're here. If anything goes wrong, we're
We're
here.
here.
Also, Ryudo, it is best to know the history so you do not repeat it.
Right. Right. All right. Here we go. Rito will reach out and he will touch the journal. And almost as if there was a bit of a spark, you see a tiny little flash of light coming from his fingertips as it touches the journal. Rito pulls back quickly, wincing in pain, not from his hand, but from his head, as the journal then pops open. Rito staggers and falls down to his knees for a moment.
Yeah, also bend down to try to help him up. I got you, man. It's all right. What is it? What do you feel?
I feel pain. Ow. Okay, that was weird. Well, is it open?
I'm gonna insight Ryudo real quick.
Okay.
Well, no need. Kaylee can basically feel through her.
You can feel his
Thought.
emotions. I don't think you can see his thoughts.
We'll say, let's have you both do it. Kaylee with her way and you with yours, and you might both get different pieces of information that you can combine.
Okay, so I will guidance myself.
Kaylee, with your bond with him, you start to feel immediate sudden doubt.
Inside of
what?
In himself. Like the second he touched it, he no longer believed he truly was who he says that he is. Just for an instant. Anaran, what did you roll?
25.
With a 25, your perception shows that when he touched it, there was an almost sudden smirk on his face before he reeled back and started to hold and clutch his head.
I believe this journal was another fragment of Raven's. And now, Ryudo is experiencing a backlash, or maybe definitely a change in his mental state.
I don't like it. I don't like it. This doesn't feel right.
We'll try and make this the last time. Anaran, read the book.
I'll take it and I'll start reading it.
All right. So, when you open the journal, you find the first few pages ripped out. Then several pages written in almost gibberish common speak, as if it were given to a toddler. Though upon further investigation, you can see that there was some pattern to the words. And over the course of around 10 pages, you can see that the writing was getting better and better, eventually seeing actual, crudely written words without much meaning on the 4th page, then seemingly broken sentences on the 8th, hidden amongst the scribblings. But by the 10th, you find scrawled a sentence that you can finally understand. I learned without them knowing. A name seems written beneath it, but it's obscured by a few droplets of dirt and grime. Beneath it were the words, age 17. A few more blank pages later, you find...
Could I interrupt you for a quick second?
Sure.
Chase, could you prestidigitation this?
I don't have that spell.
Oh, you don't. Right, that's the other
Rito
one.
does, though.
All right.
Rito, could you please?
All right. So he's going to prestidigitation on that dirt, and it is illegible. It seems to be an amalgamation of letters. It does seem to start with what could possibly be seen as maybe an L or a J, but afterwards it just starts to get a little bit too messy to understand.
We should have Thalma go through and attempt to do some
Check for it.
deciphering and see if we can reverse engineer it or reverse write it.
I'll help him on that, but yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Alright.
I'll continue on then.
Okay.
I will state before then, it almost seems as if someone without any ability to read or write was slowly learning how to write. At least for these first few pages.
What? Okay. Stay.
A few more pages later, you find the first that looks like a true entry. The words are messy, almost like chicken scratch, but you can make out full words and sentences this time. Today, first day. Captain's logs. Leaving forever. Sail to freedom. Then there's a large void in the page until small words are found written near the very bottom. We'll keep practicing. Afterwards are several pages that seem to mimic the first, only with the language gradually getting better and the penmanship also improving to look more normal and natural until a brand new entry is found. Captain's log. Forget which day, but who cares? I'm actually out. I'm free from that place. Free from them. The taunting, the abuse. I can even finally spread my wings. I don't have to hide them anymore or worry about being sawed off or called names. Goodbye, village. The sea is my home now. My prayers have been answered after all this time.
Interesting. It appears as though our raven used to be the equivalent of a slave. Used to be. Somehow he escaped.
Continuing on.
Continue.
Okay. In fact, I'll have you guys say when you want to continue so I don't speak over you.
Mhm.
So as several entries then seem to be focused on the young captain's misadventures in sailing the sloop that he had acquired up north. He had named the ship Polaris. Entries focus purely on the weather, the animals he's seen, the places he's been, and the treasures and trinkets he's found. It almost painted a picture like a children's storybook. The words got cleaner, the sentence structure gradually gets better, and the ink was a lot less splotchy. Then, the next notable entry. Captain's log. Everyone I meet is so nice to me. It's really great that the people are so different from home. Today I made a new friend. He said he was a merchant. I've only ever heard of mermaids, but he had food. And because we were such good friends, he said he was giving me a discount. I could at least eat now. I'll have to find a way to get more gold, since even at this discount, the bread he gave me was still worth 500 of it. Wow, that's half of what I had. Who knew? I'm learning so much out here.
He was definitely an idiot, that's for sure.
He was not. He was unlearned. He was naive.
Yeah, it sounds more like a child than a pirate at that point.
Like I
Keep-
said, he very much seems like someone who grew up as a slave of some kind.
I can start to see where the hate would be. Start as a slave, get threatened with having his wings sawed off, then thinks back about his first days with the merchant. It's like realizing how much he got ripped off for a loaf of bread. But unless we have any more comments, I think it's time to continue. Anaran?
Mm-hmm. I'll continue.
Okay. The pages continue, explaining how Raven needed money to live, but didn't know what to do. He sold his boat, his equipment, whatever clothes he had, only able to afford meager amounts of food, resorting to stealing. He then writes how he was being chased by strange men in decorated armor. You then open up the next page, and it looks like it was written by someone else entirely. The words were clean, and the sentences were perfect. I escaped from one prison only to find myself in another. Scratching the days and years away, it was another 8 or 9 by my count. And today I was given some clothes that would fit, and all of my belongings, which is just this journal. So once again, I started new. So I suppose I should continue where I left off. Captain's log. I don't have a ship, no money to my name, and now I'm back to wandering the world with nothing. Once again, I prayed for release every day, something that I was told about back home. Pray hard enough, and one day they'll be answered. Seems my prayers were answered again, I suppose. I learned much while in prison. Learned how to read and write a lot better. Learned of what I was and why I was seen as such a blight to my home. Apparently being an Aasimar attracts demons and devils and other such evils. So my existence was nothing more than a danger to them. Now I wish I'd stayed, so I could see those evils with my own eyes.
Definitely abusive. Not himself, but definitely was a victim of abuse. Aasimars typically aren't seen that way, so clearly he grew up in a more sheltered environment. And the people's racism. What a stupid concept. Oh well.
He got put in jail for just trying to survive. Felt jilted. Still had a little hope in gods. I have a feeling that the next pages are gonna show why he stopped.
It's a shame. Had he found my village, or had someone found him on a pilgrimage, everything here could have been avoided. Oh well. I'll continue.
Time passes. It seems he had less interest in keeping daily journal entries, focusing purely on important events or revelations. Jobs were few and far between. Raven was finding himself gradually becoming more and more desperate, and constantly hungry and always tired due to losing sleep over dreams with a mysterious visitor that he had no interest in listening to. I ran into my old friend. Seems he was doing well for himself. Fancy clothes, a bigger cart, a nice big ring on his finger. He was certainly making bank, selling things beyond sickeningly moldy bread. He didn't recognize me, but I recognized him quite well, so I made sure to introduce myself. I took the gold I was owed. He was no longer moving. That made things a lot easier, especially since I was able to walk away with plenty of extra bonuses. And the best thing of all, after that, the voice is finally silenced. Perhaps I'll sleep very well tonight. Nighty-night and good riddance.
She tried to reach him.
He tried, and he ignored her. Just like what you were doing, Riedo.
He just kind of lowers his head.
Kaylee's been holding on to Rado this entire time.
The difference is, though, so far, Ryudo, you found good people. It took care of you.
Raven was backstabbed on the daily.
He fell. You didn't.
That being said, he could still. Well, we all know how this ends. But it wasn't like that was the end of him. Anyway,
Let's just keep going.
continuing on.
Further entries describe how Raven felt the need to leave this land, gaining a position aboard a cargo vessel. The journals seem to focus on everyday life on board, the friends he's made, the experience gained on the ship, and learning to trust again. He eventually showed what he really was, exposing his wings, and that's how he got his nickname, being seen as a raven among the seagulls. Further entries continue, highlighting Raven's continued career aboard the ship for what seems to be yet another year, until a new entry showed itself in incredibly striking detail. The entire page was almost entirely blackened with ink, but upon further inspection, the word "Y" was written and scribbled all over the page, front and back, and continued on for several pages following. Nothing but Y, Y, Y.
Raven's not his real name.
No, but it looks as if he had a lot of backstabbing, as I thought. The crew he was with, without knowing anything else, probably sold him out.
No choice.
How is the question?
I have a feeling
Well,
that we
that's-
may find them.
Let's see here, as I keep going.
A few blank pages afterwards, seemingly after several torn out pages, there was a new entry in small font right in the center of the page. Hope is a joke. Prayer is the punchline.
Ah. Well, alright, now we're getting into the bits that actually are incredibly important.
More time passes. Raven proceeds to write about stealing a ship for himself and starting over once again. Using his new experience to captain a ship of his own, focused on odd jobs or being chartered for traveling, proving capable in dangerous situations, he and his crew began to take on more dangerous jobs, eventually becoming a mercenary ship focused on taking down pirates or monsters of the seas, sometimes even being tasked to find and transport treasure. Stories became more and more violent and aggressive, leading to Raven to gain the nickname of the Red-Eyed Raven, as his glowing red eye and widespread black wings became a symbol of death to the criminals on the sea.
So he started wiping out wicked sailors and pirates. At least that is what we're being led to believe.
That is definitely what you are being led to believe, yes. Doing so while being hired to do so rather than doing it on his own. They were mercenaries.
Yeah, he was not. he believed he was killing bad people. But he didn't know the truth every time. So there's a possibility he killed innocent people. I think that's what we're about to read, but continue, Anaran.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Continue.
However, as the tales grew more violent, so too did Raven's perception on his fellow man, constantly surrounded by the corrupt, greedy, and murderous. He slowly descended down a path of hate and distrust. There are stories written in the journal of the horrible crimes people have done where he was tasked to stop them, or on the flip side, how he and his crew were tricked into working for the people with malicious intent. Becoming the pirates and goons they were always tasked with killing or apprehending themselves. And with very powerful people pulling the strings, the drive to become a vigilante at work for himself was constantly growing stronger.
Yep. He got tricked too many times and said, fuck it, he's done giving a shit. I'm also, as I'm reading, I'm also looking at Ryudo and just constantly keeping an eye on his physical reactions.
His eyes are very barely blinking. They are wide. And Kaylee, he is gripping your hand tight.
Yeah, no, she's like actually holding him like in a tight hug.
Well, however you're gripping him, he is gripping you tight. And he seems to be shaking a little bit.
I hate to say this, but really.
Question, Kagato. With Anaran's experience with therapy and medical provisions, can he see that Ryudo is either physically reacting as if he is remembering these events?
Roll for it.
Perfect. Insight with guidance. Ooh. Well, it's Ryudo, so it can't be. Okay, so grand total of 16.
With a 16, he feels affected, but you can't tell in just what way.
Actually, I'll add Flash of Genius to make it a 20.
There you go. That is exactly the number needed. You're getting a sense that he's going through a little PTSD at the moment, almost as if what is being read is triggering some repressed memories that are flashing in his mind, hence why his eyes are so wide open, as if just images and visions are just flashing before him, almost blinding him.
He'll take out like a wooden bowl, some lavender, burn the lavender, and then kill the flame so it just smokes. And just sets it right in front of Ryudo. Breathe, Ryudo, breathe. Memories are there, but you cannot run from them.
He tries to breathe, and he does. The lavender will calm him down a little bit. Kaylee, the grip on you loosens somewhat.
Remember. Yes, this happened. But you know better now. You've experienced a similar story as yourself. But the story is different. It's going differently.
Yeah.
Everyone on the ship, and how not a single one, despite every reason to backstab you, has not backstabbed you. Has not betrayed you. Remember that.
Okay, yeah, he fucking has a tear going down his face after that one.
How many people have gone through hell to get you back?
So there's still more if you would like to continue.
He continues. He's just letting Ryudo process. Once Ryudo has seemingly calmed down enough, he'll continue.
All right. I was tasked to hunt down a Kenku named Screech. I was told to be on high alert for his cunning and dangerous nature. And yet the creature I found looked like he wouldn't have hurt a fly. He's highly intelligent, but barely speaks a word outside of his high-pitched screeching. Skinny and weak, and wrists injured from bindings. This Kenku isn't a criminal. He's a runaway from the real criminals. So I'll be sure to make sure they understand who they've just insulted.
That explains Dragon's Hell's strength.
Loyalty.
So, yeah. Raven saved him, so he wanted to make himself the strongest possible to protect his captain.
We at least, all this information will help us. Who knows? We might be able to shed some light on them, or they might be too far gone. I'll continue.
I've taken Screech in entirely, teaching him all I know. He's starting to speak using my voice as well as voices from other members of the crew. He seems genuinely happy. Really reminds me of myself from all those years ago. Truly is nice to have a friend again.
He'll continue. He won't say anything about it.
Okay. My ship has been getting a bit more banged up lately from all these encounters. I've been in need of a boatswain or mechanic for some time now, but thankfully I seem to have found someone. A drow of all people. Seems to really know his way around a hammer and screws, and even more so, around guns. Dead-eyed Jack suits him well. Time to put him to work.
Yep, that was Jack.
That explains that. Keep going.
He just keeps going.
Who would have thought those savage Tritons would find me all the way out here? I suppose the sea is their domain, yet still, it's impressive. Time to get some revenge for the crew.
Interesting. Distaste for Triton.
Didn't he have one as a member of his crew?
I think we're gonna see what happened. I'll keep going.
Of course there's a survivor. There's always a survivor. Fine. This gives me an opportunity to find out exactly why we were attacked that day. It's time to see if Screech has gotten better at his interrogations.
So Dragon's Howl can interrogate people. Good to know. Keep going. Oh.
I thought Tritons weren't that bad of people.
I miss. It might depend on the clan. I don't know.
Alright, let's continue.
I don't know much about Tritons myself, and I keep going.
The next page has a single word scratched in with huge bold letters filling the page. Lies!
Well, he found something. He did not like it. Keep going.
You think you know someone, and then their past comes up to bite you in the ass. I thought I was finally given a place to call home, but it was just another fake with another corrupt puppet master grinning behind the scenes, twirling his fucking wine glass and lining his pockets off the bodies and the lives of others. Rot in hell, Captain!
His former captain was also a corrupt individual. Or at least as far as he sees it. I'll check in on Ryudo again.
He seems to be a lot more calm based off of the lavender that you are burning in front of him. He doesn't seem to react quite as much to these more recent posts, or these more recent entries, I should say.
Tell me, Ryudo, do you remember what that was about?
I'm trying.
Don't force yourself.
I don't know. I see.
It's all right.
I see a box. I see holes in it. I see something moving. I just
Hey, it's easy. Don't try to force it.
Holes. Something inside.
It's
Interesting. They had a prisoner.
Ryudo, hold on to me tight.
He is definitely holding tight.
the fact that you're not remembering is good.
Yeah, I know.
It should be good for us. It keeps reaffirming you're not him. Go ahead, Anoran. Continue.
Or at least at one point in time you were, but now you are something else. Like a freshly grown flower blooming after a cold winter. Anyway.
That actually
Continue.
makes Rito smile a little bit. Never been referred to as a flower before.
I hate to say this, but keep going.
I just said that.
Fucking Discord delay.
All right. I owe it to Valagus for revealing the truth. It's taken some time, but the Triton and I are seeing eye to eye. After sharing with him my story and ambitions, he has offered his services in order to make sure the true evils of the world are punished. Being on the sea so much, a Triton like him will be an absolute boon. His skill with the spear is unlike anything I've ever seen.
How is Valagus written?
Valgas.
You have a name.
Oh, Valgus, not Valagus?
Yeah, Valgas. Valgas.
Okay.
Although
Alright.
Valagus probably sounds even better. You know
I mean,
what? Yeah, well, let's change it to Valagus.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, I like the A in there now. Yeah, Valagus is better.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You
So,
have a name. Okay, a name. We can work with a name.
can work with a name. Names give me quite a bit. Alright, I'll keep going. As he burns that name into his list of sending targets eventually.
All right. I came across a young street performer. Looked a little older than he seemed with those sunken-in eyes. That must be what happens when your only talent is barely able to be used outside of parlor tricks and shining lights. Saw the paltry amount in his hat and gave him enough to fill it. That should feed him a good while, I thought. The surprise came when I turned the corner and found the remainder of my coin purse missing. Well, there was certainly one good explanation. Yet by the time I turned back, he was gone. Far be it from me to let a thief go lightly after I was already so generous to him. And sure enough, I did track him down behind an alleyway, conversing with several others. So I did what any concerned citizen would do and eavesdrop. And of course, the hole runs deeper. The boy was using the money to pay off someone. It was the usual song and dance I've seen before. Pay off an extreme sum only to be told some nonsense about it not being enough. Or it was late, or it needed to be delivered on the back of a fucking white horse with trumpets blazing. And that's when I heard the scream. That's when I heard the splatter. It was a ransom payment. Watching the boy fight back with his meager spells while in tears shouting for his sister, I stepped in. They knew who I was immediately. Hard to run away when you're missing your legs. And so they were all dealt with. A few less scum to bother others. Unfortunately, there was nothing I could do for the boy's poor sister. I choked it down, but I prayed that she would at least be given a chance in the afterlife. I took the boy, who must have been no older than my age when I set out into the world, calmed him down, tried making faces to help make him laugh, anything I could do. Took time, but after I promised to grant his sister the burial at sea fit for the king of captains, he came aboard the ship. Never thought I'd ever see myself as a father figure. Perhaps I'd be seen more as an older brother? I'm only 31 or 32 after all. Can't quite remember. Still, wanted to help this boy. I needed to. It was only then that I asked him his name. Vicus.
Yep.
That explains that loyalty.
So Bicus really is his name.
Young street magician, lost his sister at a young age. Oh well.
Man comes in, saves him at the last minute, not realizing that if the man had acted a few seconds earlier, his sister could have been saved too. Wonder if Bicus knows that.
Probably not. Or if he does, he doesn't care at this point. Maybe he does. But that'll have to be revealed until after Jameis has been dealt with. I'll keep going.
From there, it's a few more years discussing Raven's exploits. Seems his bitterness towards the world has solidified, but is a bit softer these days, as he truly believes he and his crew are acting to make the world a better place, even if they have to be monsters themselves. But everything changed when he met one more person. I understand that ASMR are rare, but I didn't realize they were this rare. I've only ever met one or two on my travels. Similar to me, but different. White wings over black, a strong sense of justice and protecting people. I can't be bothered with that. I'll help people by being their sword rather than their shield. At least, that's what I thought. I met another today. And to say she's a looker would be a massive understatement. Funnily enough, she was the one who approached me, knowing exactly who I am and what I do. She sat down and started to speak with me, asking me questions about myself and where I come from. She seemed genuinely interested. So I told her almost everything. Couldn't tell her about certain details. I mean, how could I? I was getting used to the idea of putting those dark times behind me and focusing on the future. She seemed to understand, believing it was for the best and encouraging me to do so. I wonder if she'll be there tomorrow.
Female Azamar. Interesting. Keep going.
There were a few mentions of the two meeting up beyond that. Several time gaps as well, with mentions made that the crew was getting a bit restless, remaining at port for so long, but eventually the ship was set to sail back south. She's right. It's time I take care of the darkness in my heart and face my past head on if I'm ever going to move forward. It's time I went home.
So was there ever a mention of her name?
Nope.
Not a mention. Does there ever a mention of where down south?
Nope. Not yet.
Of course.
Not yet.
Keep going.
The next page was marked several weeks after. There's 2 lines on the page, the first written as normally as ever, followed by the second line intensely scratched in big bold letters. You were wrong, and now they'll burn.
They did something.
Interesting.
They did something that pushed him over the edge.
Keep going.
It seems to be labeled several weeks after the fact. You tried to show me the light. You tried to show me the good in people. Tried to give me a reason to be hopeful and optimistic, and yet... no. Your death was at the hands of the true evil of this world. Corruption. No matter where you look, corruption exists everywhere. Fear, hatred, greed, spitefulness. This is the true nature of the heart. This was the gods' design. It's all just one big game. Some parade around as good, others evil, but they're all equally at heart for this design. It's time for someone to finally take a stand against corruption. After all, as you once told me, I am a scourge against evil. And wherever it may lay, it is a duty of mine to destroy it. Whether it's the gods, the devils, the demons, or the very people around me, I will end this vile corruption once and for all. This I promise you, my beloved Phetria.
Okay.
So interesting. Phetria was mortal.
She was.
Oh, she was an Asmar.
She was mortal. And then she became a celestial.
And that's why she's so fucking mad. Rape is her biggest failure.
Kagato.
Yes.
That part about the emotions. Does the two in his head get a little noisy?
Oh, hell yeah.
How, in what way?
They are seemingly looking towards Ryudo as if they're starting to see a lot of that emotion coming out of him. And they are looking to take a bite. Because Ryudo is both feeling sad and angry. As well as a lot of other a lot of other feelings such as confusion and fear. He is a mess.
More specifically, do any of them seem agitated by this specific entry?
I would say,
Unless you need a reminder.
I might need a reminder.
I'll just do it real quickly as a DM.
Okay. Because I honestly didn't think about sorrow and wrath when writing this out, so jarring my memory a little bit might help. There it is. Ah, that's what you mean. Yeah, then yeah, they're pretty pissed. Like Wrath even more so. Like he's wanting to break out and like tear the thing to shreds.
Careful now. We can destroy this when we are done. Anyway, I keep going.
Sorrow does reach out and basically says, I would certainly hope, if nothing else, that you do tear that page and burn it.
I will when I am done. Thank you.
Well, then don't keep us waiting for too long, love.
He'll keep going.
From here on, the journal looks less and less like a series of events and more like a series of plans. Without going into too much detail, I can describe that further reading proves information on how Raven began to set off on a crusade to gather all kinds of powerful treasures and artifacts, while also training himself and his crew in the ways of combat and magic. Learning about Tharizdun's power of annihilation, he chooses it as the main focus, learning more and more about the Tharizdun cult, the magic, the artifacts. And outside of such artifacts, Raven mentions that he's acquired quite a collection. His most prized one being a horn that he acquired from an undersea vault, using its power to protect himself and his ship from opposition. He learned forbidden magic using his own lifeblood to mimic spells far beyond his normal capabilities, such as the ability to clone himself. He learned about the ziggurats and how they are seen as Tharizdun's holy grounds, protected by ancient creatures of various powers and abilities. And then finally, the final pages of the journal begin to reach their end. Full entries began to be written in shorthand to make use of the remaining space available. I'm going to need you to roll investigation in order to make sense of it.
I can do it.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Kaylee, you will be the one rolling, but you have advantage because we're helping you, and you have guidance.
Okay. I also have side poster neck, so we might need that.
We're probably gonna need that.
I keep getting 8s with this. My God.
Keep going.
24.
That's enough. You're able to comprehend Raven's shorthand scribbles, making sense of the rants and the ravings of a very troubled individual. Raven intends to reset the world using the powers of Tharizdun. The world, the gods, everyone living across all the different planes, the hells, the abyss, it doesn't matter. It would be all destroyed and reset. And then Raven and his closest companions would then take over, making themselves the new rulers of the new world, free of corruption, watching it closely to punish anyone who might stray from the path of good. Raven himself would take the place of the Raven Queen, her removal being the most important of all, as Raven feels neutrality in death to be absolutely ridiculous. He would use the power of death to personally smite, destroy, and erase the souls of anyone who is even considered a threat to this new utopia. The afterlife...
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, the sentence is over, almost done. The afterlife would be a reward for those who lived a good, honest life, but there would be no afterlife for evil, merely annihilation from existence.
Isn't that what the Raven Queen's old predecessor did, Anaran?
Girgal?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and he got kicked and he retired.
Yeah, retired.
Don't ask how that works.
Uh-huh. Yeah, retired. I'll take your word for that.
Don't take how that works.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, no, I understand. Uh-huh. Yeah.
So, it looks as if he got tricked by Tharizdun and kickstarted all of this.
Yep. He bought it. He drank the Kool-Aid, as it were, and is now.
Allow me to specify for you, Ryudo. Tharizdun is the ultimate liar, the ultimate deceiver. He will often parade himself as being part of another god's religion to corrupt, convert, and bring nothing but death and destruction. That's how he gets what he wants half the time. Parade himself as someone else.
Rito has his hat off, his elbows down on the table, gripping his head tightly. His fingers are actually clutching his own hair. He seems to be attempting to just huff the lavender just to try and calm down.
Ace will reach into his bag of holding, pull out a bottle of wine, put it in front of him.
No alcohol. It only blinds the mind. Who
Okay.
needs to face it?
Okay.
I'll put a hand on his back, and mentally, I know you two may not like him, but help him keep from making the same mistake. Help him understand and process.
I suppose that since it is not actually the one who wrote such drivel, and somebody that's actually in need of being assisted, fine. We'll do a little bit. Unless he's absolutely tasty, then I might have to have a little bit more than a nibble.
Please control yourselves.
So, for just a moment, Sorrow and Wrath do a little bit of nibbling on Ryudo's emotions, which they find to be a little too good to just abandon, because it's like a fountain to them. You're gonna need to now.
Will actively be like, chill, you two.
I'm gonna actually need you to roll a wisdom check. Actually,
Wisdom check
no.
or wisdom save?
This would be a save, actually.
Yep. 24.
You're able to regain control of yourself as Sorrow and Wrath both calm down. You couldn't have allowed us a little bit more time?
I need him to be intact.
Very well.
I also need him to be able to process. Not forget the pain, but process it and learn from it.
Oh, details. Whatever you say, love.
I'll just take my hand off. How do you feel, Ryudo?
He's visibly shaking, but he's not absolutely losing his mind like he was a second ago.
I leave him to you, Kaylee.
Kelly just wraps her arms around him and holds him tight again.
Aaron's gonna take that journal. And he's gonna look around and see if he can find any private spots.
I will say that from where you are at in the journal, there's about 2 pages left. And as far as a private spot, yeah, there's a few places you could go.
One that doesn't have prying eyes.
One that does not have prying eyes. Well, if you look around, you'll find that you can basically go up the stairs and into a private room somewhere. Like there's one up here.
Okay. What are the last 2 pages?
The second to last page.
And I will specify, this part he will mentally read to himself, knowing Ryudo's current state.
All right.
If you want, you can do it through the side whispers.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. From there, Raven describes being found out. He and his crew becoming wanted criminals, forcing him to act on his precautions. In case of death, Raven would utilize the blood magic he has learned to create a clone of himself, safely secured in a ziggurat of Tharizdun. His consciousness would then be split and hidden away in 3 treasures spread across the 3 planes, so that if anything were to happen to his body, his consciousness can still remain. Valagus would be tasked with hiding Raven's treasures and to take over should Bicus fail. Bicus would be tasked with gathering the remaining artifacts of Tharizdun and rebuilding their forces. Screech would be... it's smudged with blood and unreadable.
Very well. So he'll read that part over the side whispers.
And you find that there is only one page left, or rather, it's not even a page. It's literally the back cover of the journal.
Nothing on it?
Oh, there is. So, it says, this entire world is forsaken. It doesn't matter who or what you are or where you come from. You're nothing more than a pawn in a grand game played by beings with a lack of heart, focused more on self-preservation than the cries of those who had come to rely on their aid. Everyone is ignored, everyone is forgotten. Only the gods live on, oblivious to the pain that they themselves have wrought. Evil exists because they allow it. Evil exists because they need it, but no more. I cast aside my name. I cast aside my past. I cast aside my very heart and soul in order to fix what has otherwise been twisted beyond repair. And when all is said and done, my crew and I will remain to rebuild this broken world with its broken rules and laws. No longer will people live their lives in corruption and hatred while sitting atop a throne of gold and power, looming over and controlling those who wish to live their lives with love and prosperity, and die far before their time. No more of this perverted design. If I have to be seen in history as a monster, then let history hear my roar. The red-eyed raven will soar once again.
Before Anaran goes away, I'd like to insight check what he's about to do.
Sure.
18.
Rolled an 18. I don't. Let me reload.
Oh, I've did it to self. My bad. Shit. I was testing my rolls earlier. My apologies. Want me to do it again?
Yes.
Of course. 9.
9. Again, his insight checks are not very high. There is a part of him that wants this to be destroyed.
Hold on. Hold on. Not necessarily going to stop you in full. Are you sure you have to destroy everything?
Not everything,
Alright.
but a lot of it does need to be destroyed. Or at least a few select pieces.
Be discreet. Okay.
Oh, I will.
While Anaran's doing that, can Kaylee say something to Ryudo?
Absolutely.
Alright. I'm just gonna say this because I think you need to hear it. You weren't betrayed. You weren't betrayed by your family who adopted you. You weren't betrayed by your crew that you lost. You weren't betrayed by your crew now. You weren't betrayed by me. You weren't betrayed by these people. And you weren't betrayed by the gods. Raven might feel that way, and maybe he's right. Maybe he was. But you are you now. You get to live the life that Raven wanted. He wanted to see the good in people. He didn't want to be betrayed. And now you get that chance.
I think that's why you got kicked out of the ziggurat, Ryudo. That part of him wanted to live that life. You were the boy before the journey on a different path.
I see. It's not every day that you find out that you're a clone. But I can understand.
He hugs him close. You may be the flesh and blood of Raven, but you are not him. This is your second chance. You do what Raven did. Cast off his name.
There is no way in hell that I'm going to allow myself to be even remotely related to whatever wrote that.
Then speak it into the world. Who are you?
I am Ryudo, pirate, and the most adorable of fucking rapscallions.
Damn right you are. She pulls him into a kiss.
He seems to definitely struggle with that kiss, but he seems to, well, from that is shaking, very all over the place mentally, and you can feel it, almost like butterflies are turning in your stomach. But he's gradually trying to search for a resolve and grab onto it and hold on to it tight.
You can't find a resolve. Hold on to me. Hold on to your crew. Hold on to your friends. They are your resolve. They are your new future.
Walk shoulder to shoulder with you, Ryudo, into this. When one of us falls, you pick the other back up. You pick them up, keep going. This story's gonna have a happy ending. And it's with those that try to corrupt this world being put to being dealt with.
That's good. I like happy endings. I hate getting to the end of a story and feeling bad. Happy endings, it doesn't matter what anybody goes through. If they at least have a happy ending, then that's worth it.
Here, I'm gonna go check on Anaran real quick.
Carolus, you've been awfully quiet for a while. Is there anything you would like to say or do at the moment?
He's got his hand on Ryudo's shoulder, giving it a nice squeeze, and giving him a head nod. We're in this together, no matter what.
Thanks. It's a lot to take in. I don't know what I was expecting. I just know I wasn't expecting that. I guess.
I don't think anybody knew, man.
I guess I was expecting just, I don't know, some regular everyday maniac.
Well, like Kaylee told you, though, you are not him.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Does Kaylee still feel the self-doubt that she was feeling?
You feel like he's at odds with himself. That he originally had a lot of self-doubt, but after talking to you, Careless, and Chase, another side of him has started to overtake that doubt. However, it's not snuffed out. It is still there. Just a stronger resolve is taking over.
She gently takes his hand and squeezes it.
And he will...
Hope isn't a joke. And the gods aren't the punchline.
I think I can at least understand where his mind was at.
He had good intentions. The road to hell is paved with them. But unfortunately for him, he saw the worst of it and never truly surrounded himself with the right people to get him out of that dark path. You, everybody else here, they do have that. That's what separates them.
Feature wanted to be that, but unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Yeah, Now I think I know why she was so abusive towards me. She saw Raven in my face. That must have been it.
I can understand her resentment, but it should be clear to even her. The face only goes so far. It's the actions that define us. Not our heritage, not our bloodlines, our actions. And she seems to have forgotten that.
Well, according to what was written down, she was killed herself. Maybe she was also bitter about that, but... Where's Adaran? Where did he go?
Actually, yeah, where did he go?
Just off to the side.
On that, we're actually going to go to Adaran. Wherever he is.
I'm in the top right.
Oh, I found you.
So he's just going through the journal. He finds the one about them blaming all of the emotions. Tears that part out. Crumples it, and then Druidcraft sets that page ablaze.
There's just an audible sigh of relief coming from within you. Good to see such lies eradicated from history.
People often run away from their own responsibility. They allow their own judgment to cloud the fact that they are feeling those emotions for a reason. They don't learn from them. They just run away and blame them.
I would have just stopped at they don't learn, period.
Yeah, I know. He's gonna go through the journal.
Are you looking for anything specific?
Any additional pages that may anger, sorrow, and wrath.
Well, considering the entirety of this ends with the plan of eradicating everything and everyone in order to start an entirely new world is enough to definitely set them off. So very much the remaining pages right after the revelation of Fetria's death.
Is this why you have such a good time mocking Fetria, Sorrow?
One reason.
You were there when she was mortal, and you are now there when she is a celestial.
And I was also there when she was a celestial before she was a mortal.
Interesting. She's stuck in a pattern of repeating.
I'll let you take that as you will.
He just shrugs. He'll destroy the remaining pages that definitely set off the alarm emotionally, but he'll keep everything else there.
So you essentially will remove a good part of the remaining pages. So that basically leaves almost the whole journal just up until the revelation about Phetria.
He will then basically cover it in vines and bind it closed.
Okay. You open the door to find Chase standing there.
All done?
Yeah.
1 second. Come back here.
What?
Not to you. To them. Chase will bow. Thank you for helping.
Oh, good grief. Well, it is nice to see someone of you or your type bowing before us, but it's absolutely pointless. But I guess in this case, oh, you're welcome.
Just a simple show of respect.
Anaran doesn't say all of that. They appreciate it.
I understand. Pain, anger, sorrow. They help us. Oddly, I'm surprised Ryuta didn't know more about that. He read a book about it.
But what?
Never mind. Spoilers.
Fuck you. Fuck you. I know that.
God damn it, Jolot, really?
I said it for a different reason. I think Kagato knows what I'm talking about.
Final Fantasy 14 joke.
Huh?
Ryudo.
Rito definitely appears a lot more calm. He is, any tears have been dried from his face, and his hat is back on, and he is breathing normally.
He shows the vine-bound journal. This is your past. But do not let this cloud your future. This is when you are a black lily, grown in harsh soil, treated very poorly, and still thriving. You are now more akin to a lotus, blooming every year, no matter how harsh the winters get.
You know what? I think it's about time I changed my wardrobe.
I could make something a little more white.
Kaylee did say that she liked some red, so I gotta keep that incorporated, and I don't know about you, I'm not losing this adamantine, so I guess a little purple's gonna be involved either way.
I have just the idea. Give me the materials and I'll make it.
Step back by importers and I'll pick it up for you.
Hey, you know what? I wonder what. This is a big library. I wonder if they got any good stories here. I'm just gonna.
I'll keep him in my peripheral.
He just seems to be wandering around aimlessly. He's like, no, this is the C-section. Wait a minute, that's probably not a good thing to say. The A's, B's.
Kaylee will say through the side whispers. I'm assuming that you didn't just go to another room just to bind the book. What else did you do?
Removed in agitation. Also, we have lost track of Ryudo.
It's alright, I have him. Remember? She points at
Oh,
her eye.
right. Right,
We'll,
yes.
we'll frisk him for books before we leave. I'd rather not have that gnome come chasing after us. An angry librarian is a dangerous thing.
I hope they don't mind, but this is gonna have to do with binding.
It's fine. It's probably for the best. Being honest, I was actually expecting you just to burn the entire thing.
That's the thing, Kaylee. If you destroy history, you will never learn from it, and thus you are doomed to repeat it. You remove parts of it that are entirely unnecessary or horseshit, while keeping the general story the same. For example, if you have not noticed, Ryuta was repeating his own history, going about saving people in their times of need.
I'm assuming you're talking about the fact that uh, I don't like to mention it, but he said that I was the reason why he changed.
That's not what I meant. He found Nami, saved her in her time of need. He found Grims, saved him in his time of need. Nahiri, Vix, Thornick. Every person he has saved were because they were in their times of need. Every person Raven saved were in their times of need. The difference is environment. Have you ever heard of the type of tree known as thorn brustles? They are trees who actively, instead of bark, have thorns. They only grow that way due to the environment and predators. Raven is one of those. Prickly and as fine and sharp as a thorn bush. Now, Ryudo is more like a strong oak. He's been through hard times, but he's grown. He's been taken care of. He has been nurtured. And while he has experienced, well, tragedies, he has, much like Raven, the people to defend him and come to his aid. The difference is their intentions and their motives. Everyone on Raven's team was bitter. Everyone on Ryudo's is loving.
Even before that, Teach.
Teach tried. Teach had the bad luck with the gems. But even though he had every reason to skewer Ryudo, he saw the difference. He made his choice. Mortals are not inherently bad. Neutrality can be seen as one way or the other, but that's exactly what it is. It is neutrality. We take sides based on our information. Unfortunately for Raven, the information he got was just consistently bad. He had the unfortunate thing of he only ever had bad choices, but he still had to choose.
Every one of us at this table could have gone down a path similar. Let the pain in our life consume us. But we didn't. Let's learn from the words we just listened to ensure that that does not happen.
Yeah. Man, are we gonna have a story to tell Evelyn and Akira and our boss?
Bama won't care as much. He still very much has a similar mindset to Raven, but, well, there are things that can be done for him. As for Akira, I'm afraid we're just gonna have to see how bad the farewell truly is and how much of it we can save before we have to leave. I am not expecting to be able to rescue the entirety of the Kitsune race, even if I can only save a couple. So be it. Either way, Akira has given up all hope. He has grown apathic.
Well, we'll just have to see when we get there.
We'll just have to see what we can do.
We got a god to stop.
No.
Several.
They got their agents.
Deities themselves are going to be outside of our ballpark.
Well, you know what I mean.
I know.
I know.
Stop their plans.
Yeah.
High chance of death, small chance of success. What are we waiting for?
Careless, a stray piece of roof just falls and bonks you on the head for that
I'm
one.
not apologizing for that joke.
All right.
Are you sure these renovations are done? The place is falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, I took worse hits on the head. I'm okay.
I'm not the carpenter. I don't know.
Maybe you need to wear your helmet again.
I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Love you too, Kaylee.
All right. I think we've been in this sad place for long enough. Let's go collect the captain. Make sure he doesn't take any of the that he's if he's gonna take if he's gonna take books, he better make sure he's gonna return them. Like I said.
Yeah.
I got him.
But also there is that reward the king promised.
All
And
right.
the bill we have
right.
to go through.
Like I said. No, wait, okay, we gotta go that way. It's up here.
What? Is he?
It's up
He's
here.
up
There
here.
he is. Hey, buddy. What'd you find?
Oh, are we leaving?
Getting ready to. We've got a reward to collect, remember?
Oh yeah. Reward. Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm gonna insight check Ryudo.
Yeah, I want to insight as well. But go ahead, Naraku.
Guidance. Ooh. Do I hit 30? No, 28.
28. You can see that we're going to say that his right glove is a little bit wet.
His right glove is
Yeah.
a little bit wet.
Yep, his right glove is a little bit wet.
Ryudo, did you cry into your hand?
Huh? Oh, sweaty palms.
That's not how that works.
I got angry and I punched a pillar, okay?
That's blood.
Kaylee takes it into her hands and takes off his glove.
It's fine, it's not broken. Just,
Let's see.
just
Is it bloody?
it's a little bloody, yeah.
Okay.
No, you dumbass. Jealous will use lay on hands on his hand.
Look, I had a lot of pent up feelings. I just had to let it out really quick.
No, I get you, but Look, if you want, we can spar when we get back to the ship and you can take it out that way. Just don't go punching a subtle library, especially if it's not completed.
Look, I am. It was marble for one, and two, I wish I was that strong.
In order for him to break that, he would need a belt of giant strength. I'm
Pretty
not
much.
sure which one, though.
Pretty much. Well, truth be told, I'm not really interested in any of the books here. Not because there's probably ain't nothing worth seeing. I just would rather finish the story that I'm already in than start a new one.
Attaboy.
And come on.
Come on, Captain. Let's get back to the king and then get a reward and head home.
We got a ferry to see.
Yeah, we do.
Come on.
Time to build the king.
Oh, this is how you got up here.
Yes.
You know, Tailspire is lagging this map like nothing. I'm just telling you.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to teleport you guys. So, let me go ahead and take you to the throne room.
Take us to the throne room.
Haley will say, while they're on the way back, she will say to Ryudo, I'm sorry you had to deal with all that.
It was going to happen sooner or later. The important thing is that the Band-Aid has been ripped off and I have not become a psychotic serial killer.
Well, you would be if you got those other treasures, which we're making sure you don't.
We're also reminding the current him the differences. After all, Raven was a person. I highly doubt he'd be stupid enough to throw away everything positive.
Still, when you read the journal and you found out what happened to its original crew, people that became Vicus and Dragon's Hell, can't help but pay them at least a little.
They made their choices, and now
Yeah.
they have to sleep in the beds made from them.
Yeah, like I said, the past, if the goodness is, the path to hell is made with good intentions.
All right.
Welcome back, everyone. Did you discover anything of importance?
Oh,
Quite a
you
bit.
bet you ass we did.
That's a relief to hear. I am quite curious myself, but I'll leave it up to you if you believe it's wise to share it with me or not.
I'll give you the summary. Raven had a bunch of bad things happen back to back to back to back. He tried finding good, but he just kept rolling bad. Bad event after bad event after bad event. Made him bitter. And
I
then he got
see.
tricked. And he let himself fall a little too deep.
I see. That's a shame, though it does reinforce what people say. Evil is typically made, not born.
Now then, Chase, if you could please.
All right. Rolls it out again. All right. Go ahead.
God fucking
So,
damn.
outside of the wanted posters for the assholes, part one of this, the elimination of Captain Bruno, Black Dog, and his crew, that should be paid out to 3,500 gold for Coral. The elimination of a hag, acting as a mayor to be eternally young, 5,250 gold for Aquarin. The persecution of the goblins and blaming them for Old Aerith, you already did all that. Running your army into the ground, you already did all that. The elimination of Philomena and closing of the gate in your family tomb, that will be paid out of 15,000 gold to us. Clearing out Wolfpine Pass of both its bandit problems and its weird T-Rex
B-Rex.
for 3,000 gold.
Oh, the
Lord.
B-Rex! I remember the tales of that creature. So that's why he's no longer hunting.
Yep, we took care of that.
He was
The
a
elimination
majestic
of-
and endangered species.
It attacked us.
And then I
Good
ate
point.
its children for breakfast.
I beg your
Anyway.
pardon?
Don't worry about it. Back to the point.
The elimination of the noble fuck called Sebastian, what's his fucking name? I don't care. Who was formerly put in Wolfpine.
Ah,
And
yes.
the liberation of its people. 10,000 gold to Wolfpine because they did lose quite a few people and riches and all that.
Lord Sebastian Grayson III,
No,
Esquire.
I don't want to hear the name.
Unfortunately, you have to say the entire name in its entirety, or else it just, we forget.
I want to forget. That's the thing. The elimination of a cultist in North Rockdale that was going to burn the entire town down. That was a freebie. We just kind of stumbled on that. Closing of the Shadowfell Gate in the Kimian Peaks. That's also a freebie. We kind of stumbled upon that. We had a good laugh. Yeah, we had a really good laugh.
And that was kind of what we were kind of doing anyways. It was not... Wintervale, yeah.
You owe Wintervale. You
My-
can figure that out with them.
But probably might consider actual proper, what's that word again? I'm blanking. Maraku.
Lions?
No, well,
Trade
Free-
routes?
Assimilation!
No.
Opposite of that. Opposite of that.
Independence.
Thank you. Thank you, Sky. Independence. Proper independence.
We will definitely be discussing things with Wintervale, do not worry.
After all, they lost about 85% of their population. So,
Oh, that
Uh,
bad.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. False gods will do that.
The elimination of a noble from Zidoria that was working with a bunch of evil Yuan-Ti cultists in Mutiny Bay. 8,750 gold to them. They lost a lot of people during that. I don't know how long that was happening. The elimination of every corrupt noble in Zidoria. We will accept payment of 15,400 golds worth of specific gemstone dust of our choosing. Payable in
The
parts.
dragon.
I'll get to that, Carolus. The liberation of slaves in Zidoria. Seriously, why the fuck was that still a thing? 20,000 gold for the people of lower class of Zidoria. Clearing out the slave trade. 50,000 gold for the Temple of Timora in Zidoria, because that place was used as a slave trade route for 30 years, and they could really appreciate the
Yeah,
assistance.
that was before Philomena. That kind of feels
That
like...
was before, but the Philomena thing was dealt with.
No, I'm
Yeah,
saying
she didn't
that,
really-
that was before Philomena. He should have probably been on that
Oh,
beforehand, kind of thing.
Let's see, killing Valora, who, by the way, was a motherfucking vampire, and the reason you were charmed. 4,000 golds worth of diamond dust, and an extra 2,000 golds worth of diamonds.
Again, available payment in.
Payable in payments. And then Virion, who was a motherfucking archfey green dragon, who was planning on assassinating you. You already paid for this with our ship, so you're good.
Lovely piece of you.
Thank you, bud. That is the bill. We will see what needs to happen in Gavaria.
You killed
Oh.
him.
I appear to have made him pass out.
My liege.
We can negotiate on some of the. We
Don't kick him!
we can negotiate a bit on some of these later on, but this is a first draft kind of thing.
I regret to inform you that the king has died.
Oh no.
Oh, spare the dying. And then healing word.
He's back.
I'm
He's back.
pleased to inform you that the king is alive.
Oh no, he died of a heart attack. Huh.
Oh man, we saved your life twice.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Like I said, we can negotiate the payments to us later on, but to the other people.
The towns need a lot of assistance. They've lost a lot of innocent people.
I will be happy to give you something before you leave, as I had mentioned before. But what you say is true. There's a lot of towns and people that need some assistance. So, as their king, I will need to be a bit more prompt with assisting them. So, we will definitely work out a little bit more in regards to your demands. But I assure you that the people will be well taken care of. I just gotta know, how much of the reserves do we have?
Like I said,
Only that much? Oh.
We'll negotiate later. It's a long process before we're done. Your cooperation with us and help will probably help give you a discount.
Yeah, don't look at me for business stuff. That's all him. I just come up with the stuff. He made the prices.
I made the initial prices. You're the one who raised them.
Sire, you did spend a lot of the royal coin on the inevitable wedding you were going to have with Philomena. You've paid everyone in advance. Did I? Yes! Oh. We'll work on a repayment plan.
My people will call your people. We'll do lunch.
The story legal firm.
Well then, at the very least, I can, He just goes behind for a second, looking as if he's running away.
No, I think he's getting the reward he planned for us. He did not realize we'd come in here going, you owe us this much.
You've been planning this for months, haven't you, Chase?
Not really.
A week. No, actually, no. It's been about it has been about a month, Naraku.
Has it been about a month? Oh, yeah, I guess it has.
Well, as of at least right now, I can definitely give this to you.
Box.
Poke the box.
Kick box.
The box begins to stir as it slowly opens its maw and a long tongue sticks and no.
Oh, hey, a mimic!
No,
Are we gonna adopt another mimic?
I know, I assume you've already got plenty of those. Inside, you will find one whole gemstone of every major type, and that includes one whole diamond that is worth 500 gold.
So every gem type worth 500 apiece.
No, that's what the diamond is worth.
Oh, the diamond is worth
it's a 500 gold diamond, and then the rest of the gems, they're valued based off of what type of gem it is. But it's like you've got a ruby, you've got an emerald, you got a sapphire, you got a peridot, you got a.
For peridot. Okay, we'll.
So, the ruby is worth 1,000. You said one gem of every type.
One gem of every major known type. So you're not gonna find like anything obscure in there.
So I'm assuming this is like the tattoo list.
Basically the tattoo list.
So in that case, I'm just gonna.
You figure that out.
Yep. And as you lift up a couple of gems, you do see that there is some shining gold beneath, and you find that there is a good amount of gold. And taking the time to count it, you'll find that it is worth 20,000.
Actually, that probably. Actually, let me look over our particular section of the list. That may pay off most of it right there. Well, actually, the gemstone dust a little bit. Let's see.
Working on it.
Yeah, no, I'm just that the B-Rex. Yeah, the gems and the. Actually, that's pretty good down payment on what you owe us. Not bad. Okay.
Free gem type in here too.
Well, if you all are after even more gems, I understand that the arena over in Dahlem is actually offering up a similar set as a prize.
Well, we plan on eventually heading back there for a short period when we have a moment, but we will keep that in mind. Thank you. All right. Well, Naraku, the character, is calculating that. The rest of us but we do need to get going. We have a couple. One last place to head off before we head to Gavaria, and a few other small things to take care of before we step foot over there.
Understandable. Well, with that being said then, once more, I do thank you all very much for everything that you've done. And if there's anything more I can do to assist you in any way, do not hesitate to reach out, all right?
Oh, don't worry, we will.
Don't worry, you'll hear from us. Or me, specifically.
Could I not perhaps hear a bit more from that, the young Fiscari there?
Have sending.
Right.
I mean, unless you want to take about a week or a month for a traveler pigeon.
I'll have you know our pigeons are quite fast. But I see your
About a
point.
week still, isn't it?
Well, if anybody else has anything to say before we leave, now's the time.
Yeah. I think I'm alright for now.
Then we will take.
You are definitely a weird king.
Well, I suppose I'll take that as a compliment.
Sure. I mean, we just dealt with a really selfish green dragon duke, so you're definitely a step up. So yeah.
Who, by the way, we are wearing.
Come on, Ryudo.
This bow is
You
made
killed
of
him again.
fine.
You killed him again.
It's fine.
I'm afraid the king has passed away.
Oh, for fuck's sake, healing words.
Stop killing the damn king.
Anyway.
The king has been revived.
You're.
Come on, Ryudo. Let's go.
Is he a cat?
I don't know.
He's
No.
got so many lives.
Until we meet again, King Croy.
When we first arrived in Coral, Mayor Simmons spoke highly of you. Live up to that man's words, sir.
I will most certainly strive to do my best going forward. Thank you. And good luck to you all.
And I think that's a good place
Yep.
to end it for the night because it is 1:17 here.
Yep, that is definitely the end for tonight. So, for those of you that are watching, thank you all very much for being here. And I just realized that I also got a couple of extra super chats here. So real quick, before I end, I got one from Nate. Hey boss, how are you? Just wondering, do you have any plans to pick up Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance? Yes, I absolutely will do that. Dr. Theo has subscribed, discovered you through Persona 5. Great stuff. Thank you very much, Dr. Theo. And then Daniel Bricker. Happy Easter, Kagato and Bun. I'm currently watching Madoka Magica. If any of you have the time, I highly recommend it. It is a masterpiece.
No.
That is such a bait. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
Even I know about that. I'm not going to fall for that. But thank you very much anyway, Daniel. And for all of you here, thank you all very much once more for being here. And we will see you all next time. Have a good night, everybody.
I love how everyone